Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, our administration staff, and those that are joining us in chambers, and those that are participating through the town's YouTube channel. Welcome back to council chambers. We've just finished a little summer break, and kind of disappointing to come to the end of summer. Those that have been around town and followed summer events, we've had a great turnout for our summer sessions, with the finale kicking off last Wednesday, with over 1,400 people at Heritage Park. So another record for attendance, which is great to see. We also finished the third and final Midsummer Thursdays. For those that do not know what Midsummer Thursdays are, it's the third Thursday of June, July, and August, which the town shuts down about 3.5 blocks of Main Street just to get the businesses out and so some of our vendors out, some food trucks, and get the people to connect with each other to make sure that they see who the businesses are and how to connect with other individuals within our community. And also we've had a great cultural campfire series as well. That ended as well as the summer comes to a close. And that was held right here behind us in Shikawi Park. And again, well attended. Lots of diversity and learning about different cultures and different stories of where they originated from, which is very fascinating to me. So I'm looking forward to next year's lineup. Members of council, welcome back. So here we are with the first agenda coming back from holidays, summer holidays. Councillor Loynes, Deputy Mayor, do you remember what to do?
No, maybe you should tell us all what to do. Thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council adopt the August 25th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes.
Good catch. Good catch there. You almost said July. Thank you. Administration, anything to add to the agenda tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing further to add.
Okay. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. And that is carried. Moving on, number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. So this is the time that we allow residents and stakeholders to address council and bring any concerns forward that are not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through Your Worship, no one has registered.
Okay, thank you. Since nobody registered, is anybody in the audience that would like to speak about anything that's not on the current agenda tonight? Okay. See none, we'll move on to number 4, which is presentations and delegations. And today we have one presentation, and it is from the Heritage Egg Society. So welcome, Melissa. And there's a sign-up sheet there if you can sign in and then speak directly into the mic. And then go ahead when you're ready. Thank you. No, just push it as long as the red light comes on. Okay. I think you pushed it and our staff pushed it at the same time, so shut it off. There you go.
Okay. So I've been given a few minutes here this evening to give you all an update of we just had our fiscal year end. We go July 1st to June 30th every year. So this will just be a short update of things that we're doing, exciting things that are happening at the center, some of the synergies that we share with the town, and then there'll be a very short infrastructure pitch. In my records, I found that I think it's been more than 15 years since we'd asked for anything in terms of infrastructure beyond our regular operating grant, and we had a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity with our roof here, so there'll be a small pitch at the end for that. The first slide is just some of the things that we do. These are some of the programs that are ongoing, programs and workshops and things that we're doing at the center. Most of you are aware of all of these. The reason those things are important is because at our heart we are an agricultural society, and the definition of an agricultural society is to enhance the quality of life of people in the community. So there are ag societies that just run a hockey arena. And then there are ag societies that are highly involved in agriculture. We are sort of on the precipice of all of those things with events, with the museum, with the art gallery, and we have our community gardens, of course, and our Organic Master Gardener program. Most of the time, we use social media and get input on what the needs of the community are. One recent example is people ask for camps for their children for the summer to keep them occupied. And this summer, we had a very successful art camp program. The next few pictures are some of the community events of what we do. Those are the Red Hat Ladies, the Valentine's Tea, openings at the Art Gallery, Alberta Open Farm Days, and Culture Days are two big signature events that happen during these summer months. We had a big seed and plant sale this year. We had over 700 people show up. We had a great big garage and garage and rummage sale that brought 600 people. And those are some of the big events that happened this year. The next slide talks about how 45% of our program users are residents of the town of Snowy Plain. The rest are Parkland County and what we classify as other. We only keep track of those two. Those are self-reported numbers. Just a reminder of our pillars for the community: agriculture, history, art, and culture, and to be inclusive and accessible. The next slide, I talk a little bit about our financial stability. At the end, I will tell you our books are with the accountants right now because we just finished, but we finished this year in the black and made up a $60,000 deficit from last year. So this is what I would call a successful year for us. Not-for-profits are always struggling and always grant dependent. But we're always, out there charging, trying to find more money. And this year we made up a big deficit, which we're very proud of. This next slide is, this happened during our last fiscal. We commissioned Alexis Shute to do a book about the murals as the mural guide tour was getting older, and we wanted to make sure we memorialized what he does and says on the tours. And so we commissioned this book, which not only won the Award of Excellence for the town, but also she won some personal awards. It was voted one of the best coffee table books in Canada. The horse and wagon tours still have continued high interest. They are always sold out. There are waiting lists. And due to Greg Heltz, we are training a new animateur to do the tours, but Greg is still there. Most of you know him. That's a picture of him in his hat. He knows and is very proud of this town and all the murals, and he knows everything about them. One of our latest ventures was this wedding book. We did a magazine style book on our website. And this year we hosted 9 weddings. Anything from 35 to 310 were the numbers of the wedding parties. And we just have a lot of interesting spaces for that to happen. It's sort of a unpredictable area, but yeah, we've steadily been growing that. And I think a large part of that has to do with offering this kind of inspiration book to people about what could be available. I mentioned previously a little bit about the community garden. Most of you know how they work. This year we added 11 beds and we grew 7 beds for Parkland Food Bank. The mayor spoke previously about Midsummer Thursdays. These are just some pictures of what we did, Midsummer Thursdays. The next slide talks about, we have this latest enterprise where Our gallery curator is in partnership with the town, making some of the art accessible to public. During COVID, sort of our mandate to make art accessible in public places, and we sort of continued that, and this is one of the sort of synergies between us and the town itself, extending our reach and sort of providing this as a service to the town. These next few slides are a study we were involved in 2022, and the results came out in 2023. So they might feel a little bit old, but that's how long things take to happen in terms of these giant studies. And really the biggest take home from it is that although people are aware of local museums in the community, a lot of them don't visit. So that sort of gives us the idea about trying to kind of romance people into coming, to try and offer things that interest them, to get them on site, and then to have them involved in their community in that way. And one of the most impressive things that came out of it were the sort of survey respondents, and I won't go through all of it, but one of the last ones on the fourth slide here I'll read. Museums can be catalysts for change, especially in rural communities. They play an economic, cultural, and social development role, sponsoring projects, partnering with entities, and promoting a narrative for change. So we looked at this when we think about, we're redoing our strategic plan this fall, but thinking about what museums as a whole can offer and how we can tap into that and sort of tune our planning around sponsoring projects with people, partnering with others, and promoting a narrative for change. So that ended up being an important response, we thought. We did this in conjunction with the Alberta Museum Association and the Canadian Museum Association, and that's just mentioning them at the end. That's sort of a very quick run through of some of the things we've happened this year. The next part of it is a little bit talking about this roof repair. And so about 10 years ago, this started where we hired an architect to do a conservation plan for the building. And this year, it took us a long time, we finally received a $100,000 infrastructure grant from the government of Alberta requiring matching funds. At the time when we applied, because we are a heritage organization, we applied for the matching funds through Heritage Canada. At the time when we received the money from the Alberta government and went back to Heritage Canada, they redirected us to Heritage Alberta due to the building's provincial designation. Alberta Heritage declined our request, saying that this was potentially double dipping from two provincial sources. So we had $49,177 needed. So at that time, our strategy was to request $20,000 from the town and the county, and we would make up the $9,000. To date, the $156,635 is fully paid. The roof is complete, except for there are two areas that needed masonry work, and that cost is going to come in at $11,227. Once the mason's finished, then the edging and those two spots where the mason is coming will be finalized, and then the roofers can come back. Upon completion, the project will exceed budget by $67,000. So basically, we're still sticking to the $20,000 from the town and county, and we're trying to come up with our third. So in the beginning, we were asking you for way more than a third of the funds, but seeing how we had this unprecedented work come up, we're now in the position of trying to fund this $67,000. And we put a request into the county and the town, and I'll just leave it with you. I know you're going to discuss it as a group later, Maybe someone has a record that goes back longer than mine, but I've looked and I don't believe we've made a request for an infrastructure project in at least 15 years. So although it's 20,000 isn't a small amount of money, it's not like something we come to often or would do often. This sort of is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to do a big infrastructure project. And now I'll just leave it and ask if people have questions.
Thank you for the presentation and the update, and definitely enjoy seeing the Red Brick Common involved in our community events and definitely providing those programs and services for residents. I think you mentioned something about the art gallery, so right behind you is, I think, you do a little curator, little mini exhibit in the town Swamp Plain offices, and I've seen so many people that have come in here to pay their bills, take the extra time to look at them and just kind of experience what's out here. So thank you for allowing us to be part of that and being part of that artistic creations within our community. So thank you for that. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking for a little bit of clarity and understanding on the 75% reduction in staff. How do you see yourself fitting into the community by just cutting staff? How are we going to move projects? How are we going to move programming and that stuff forward when we're short-staffed?
Go ahead.
It is a big reduction in staffing. It happened when I started, and we haven't really got back to the levels they were. Now, some of that has been that we've revamped things and changed things, but most of that is that we're all overworked. And that is just, like most places, 85% of budget is paying people. And when you're operating at a lower budget, the first thing that goes is people. What we've tried to do is keep the same level of service, to look at things and imagine them in different ways to try and make money from them, but still do them. One example I can think of is we used to do, as part of our Organic Master Gardener program, we used to do a jam portion, and we would show them how canning, drying, and jam. And at the end of it, the students would take the things home. And when I started, I was like, why don't we sell these? So we've started this Red Brick Farms, and we've made into quite an ongoing operation in terms of our preserves. So while we still provide this, we've re-envisioned it so that we can make more money doing it. But yes, it is, it's probably not a long-term strategy to be operating with so much less staff than we had in the past, even though some of those have been restructured.
If I could just,
Go ahead.
so you talk about the strategy to improve that. How is that strategy being placed within your long-term budgeting? How is it put into your budget plans? Where do we see that coming? Because, yeah, where do we see that coming?
So that's a difficult question to think about because the nature of our funding is so uncertain. The sort of core funding that we have ends up being, probably about 20-some% of our funding. And the rest of it is user fees, events we put on, and other grants that aren't as consistent. There's various ones we access, for instance, where if they give it to you one year, you likely won't get it the next year. So it's not something that you can consistently plan for. But it's something where one of the things we do, instead of having a full-time marketing person, we hire people to do pieces of things, and we do lots of those ourselves on top of other jobs that we're doing. But as far as a long-term plan and where that might be funded from, we don't have clear answers to that in terms of adding back to the staff.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hansard.
Well, first of all, Melissa, it's a pleasure to have you in council chambers. So thank you for coming before us, and the request that you put in front of us tonight carried good news in the beginning, that you started the year off with a $60,000 deficit, and you've taken care of that. So we're glad to hear that. Over the many years, that the Multicultural Center has been in existence. They've received a fair amount of funding from the town. Of course, there were years when the funding was more prevalent, coming from other sources as well. One of the things that I am curious about is when your staff gets reduced to so few, how does the town, how can council feel confident? We know some of the things that we attend there and have participated there, and we have a council appointee to your board. How do we feel, position ourselves to feel taxpayer dollars are spent well when these situations come up where you need some extra, when the programming and other things that we used to see a lot more prevalently coming out of Heritage Ag Society are not there? Is there, has your board turned into more of a working board rather than a management board or an advisory board? How do you function, what you do? Is it volunteers? So if you could help us to understand that, please.
Sure. No, the board is still just a governance board. Part of we don't, maybe I misspoke or maybe I heard that wrong. We don't do a lot less than we did before. In fact, the level of service is exactly the same. We're just doing it with a lot fewer people. Some of the programs that we've cut have been things that we did or other people did better, but most of those things that we've done all through the years, we continue to do those things. We stopped doing the Valentine's Tea only during COVID. That was just for people's safety, but otherwise, we did it back again this year. Most of the things we've done over all the years, we still do all those things. But yes, it is hard to imagine hard changes in terms of where are we going to get funds to add more people. There's always waste. There was a certain amount of waste when I started. I would say, they had 33 people, depending how you count, and now, depending on how you count, we have 9. So it is a huge difference. We do some of that with contract work, with part-time, with volunteers, with people changing jobs, and also changing how we do things in terms of when I started, there was no discernible intellectual property, getting things all in the cloud, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every year. You have a template of how to put things on and do them those ways. There's a lot of savings and efficiencies in those ways. Some of the staff reduction were efficiencies, but we're proud to say we do almost all the things we have done before over the years.
Okay. And one further question, Mr. Mayor. We're going to be very quickly in the month of September. And then I know the stores, some of them already, are gearing up for Halloween season. I am not trying to bring on fall any quicker than it's already descending upon us. But there was an interesting conversation in one of the chat groups within the last few days. Is there any place in Stony Plain that is truly haunted? Now, is it not true that Alpertshauser House has had recurring appearances of a person in the upper windows of that building? Or is that a figment of many people's imagination, including my own?
So when I started, I'm not a big believer, and I haven't had any experiences there, even though I'm there very late at night, often by myself, but there's been a lot of experiences there. One of the examples of monetizing what naturally happens is that we do these ghost tours now on charge, and we do them, we'll do them any time of year if someone wants to come, but most especially in the month of October. And we call them ghost tours. And one night is, geared towards children, and one's we turned into a date night where they have charcuterie and wine, and one there's a tarot reading, and we've had people from A&E come and do the ghost hunting that has been on YouTube and things like that. We actually commissioned Alexis to write a book about it called The Prairie Hauntings, about all the things that happen, which are sort of oral histories of people's experiences in there, sort of a way of preserving sort of the cute, campy, cultural stories that people have and their experiences in there. There's been everything from things being moved to fallen to people actually seeing someone. I myself am not a believer and haven't experienced it, but I'm more than happy to make money off of it, and we do make money off of it. We had someone come from New Orleans who'd been New Orleans, because where they are in sea level, all of their graves are above ground crypts, and they're thought to be very haunted. And we had a heater vent fall off during the tour, and other things happen, and he said, we get them to fill in a customer thing at the end, and he said it was the most scared he'd ever been on a tour, and he's from New Orleans and is used to spooky things. So we do, and it's for entertainment purposes only, but we do try any kind of thing that we can think of. How can we have people enjoy this, provide the space for people to see new things and entertain them and make money off of it at the same time.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I have a final comment, if I may, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you for sharing that. Another home that was here in Stony Plain, built in 1908, and rumored to have unnatural experiences happen in it. As a realtor with that property listed a few years ago, I experienced some very unusual things myself. And I didn't start out as a believer either, but that home was recently demolished. And as a result, I'll just put you on warning. Those spirits, if they exist, don't just disappear. They go find another dwelling where they might be welcomed by a being from another realm. So maybe you'll find a way to welcome those spirits.
Every building where there's been a death, I think the sort of mystique develops. Apparently there was a suicide in the closet in that house, and that's where all of the sort of mystique of spirits and all that come from. So we're a welcoming place, so if they're looking for a spot, they can come to us.
Might be a money-making project. You could start in September and go right to Halloween. Just saying, people might pay to sit in the yard and look.
Maybe thank you for bringing that up, Councilman Hanser, and just sharing that. I think currently the ghost tours and readings are booked for October 18th, 24th, 25th, and 31st. So if you're interested, and hopefully those spirits, as Councilor Hanser had mentioned, may find a way up to the Operation Usher House, and then you can have a little bit more of an experience over there. Councilor Loynes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Melissa. Just besides the ghost tours that were just mentioned, where does the Heritage Egg plan on roughly getting $9,000 to cover their portion that they have left? If they get the 40 from Parkland, or 20 from us and 20 from Parkland?
We've been fundraising for various projects for repair. The PERC roof always needs something from time to time, but we're reluctant to invest a lot of money. We do the balancing act of what can we do to keep it functional versus, putting a whole bunch of money into a building that will eventually, or maybe quite literally be taken down very soon. So we do have some money, and because we plan on coming in at a positive this year, we should be able to cover that difference ourselves.
Okay, and then with it being a matching grant, how were you able to secure $100,000 if you didn't have the $100,000 to match it to begin with?
Because most of those grants are on a wish and a prayer. Like, if we didn't ever come up with the money, we'd have to give that 100 back. But I was not going to give that money back after I've been trying to get it for 10 years. And so we just had to flip and think of what else we can do to make it happen. So, but all those things are contingent, so they're very strict about those things. If you don't come up with your share, you have to pay the money back.
Okay. And then if it's, sorry, Your Worship, if I can, if 156 has already been fully paid, where would the Ag Society plan, if they couldn't receive the missing 49,000, find the $100,000? I understand you said you got a positive this year, but I highly doubt it was $100,000 to pay back if you didn't receive the funds you're asking for.
Yeah, so if you guys came up with your portion and Parkland County come up with our portion and we paid a portion, that's our idea.
If
of
we
how we're gonna
didn't
pay.
give the portion and Parkland didn't give a portion, it was the question. How
Then
to use-
we're going to probably be in the hole next year, at the end of the year, because we've already robbed Peter to pay Paul, as they say. It's done, and we've done it because it was a once, it almost never happens where you're looking for money after the fact. Usually you look at the money first and you get the money and then you can move forward with it. This happens to be one of those ones where we've actually had to be working backwards to see if we could make that happen.
Okay, and then my final question, Your Worship, if I can. So you said this was roughly a 10-year project in the making. So you're saying in 10 years you came up with $56,000?
We haven't been saving for it necessarily because we didn't know it was going to happen. When we first applied for it, we thought it would be covered by Heritage Canada and the Government of Alberta Infrastructure Grant. It was only after that we've realized that we were going to have to come up with a significant chunk ourselves, which is why we're coming to you after the fact and not before. Good planning would have required me to come to you before, but that's why I made it into this whole timeframe to show we had one thing after another sort of go bad on it, but I was just not unwilling to give up on it as an idea that we could get it done. How important the roof is to sort of maintaining the structural integrity of, the place as a whole. It is our flagship building and, it's full of things that are worth a lot of money. So getting the roof fixed is a major priority.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. We'll go over to Councillor Anderson. Go ahead. Okay. Going to Councillor Laurie. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Melissa, for joining us this evening and going through this. I just pulled up some of the old documents that you had sent me when I was on the board and going through this. And the 2016 conservation plan had many different projects on it, including the roof replacement. And I guess I do have a little bit of a question, because that was at a point in time in knowing that that work was going to come up. And so typically with that would be the building of a capital reserve, because as you mentioned, if you're unsuccessful for grants, so on and so forth, that work eventually needs to be done, or you no longer have the asset, which essentially makes the entire society fall apart. Looking back, and I don't have the 2024 audited financial statements in front of me, unfortunately, but I do have the 2023, and there was an unrestricted fund that in 2022 had $271,000 in it, and in 2023, the unrestricted fund had $191,000 in it. So I'm just wondering, since the 2016 conservation plan was developed, how has the Red Brick Common utilized the unrestricted reserve fund to assist in completing some of these capital projects and these needed conservation repairs to ensure the longevity of the facility? And then secondary to that, you had mentioned that the town, or that the Red Brick Common hadn't received any additional funding from the town aside from the operating grant for some time, but I believe it was in about 2018-19, there was an additional $300,000 from the town provided to the Heritage Agricultural Society. So just wondering where that $300,000 fit into the picture and what that was used to fund, and then, as I mentioned, kind of where that reserve fund is sitting today and how that reserve fund is being used for the conservation plan from 2016.
So the conservation plan, we have done the grade in the front from that plan, the grade in the back. We've done all of the doors and half of the windows, and that $50,000 that we've put in that was missing to be able to pay the roof right now, that has taken us to zero in our unrestricted funds. But for those of you who don't know, any year we come in at a positive, all of that money that comes in at a positive goes into our infrastructure account so that we have things there. Most of the time, it ends up being, we prioritize them based on not just the report, but on what needs to be done at the time and what grants we can do. We specifically got one for doors and windows from the government, and so we were able to do the doors and windows of the building. And we used another one to do the grade in the front. What was happening was water was pooling, so we had to pull up all the bricks, fix the grade, and then put them all back down. We did that last summer. And 3 years ago, we did the backside grade and fixed that so that the water's all running away from the door. So we've slowly been sort of ticking things off of that conservation plan. The $300,000 that we did, that is part of the, that was for our debt, but the idea was that this was to make you guys a partner in the program of the revitalization of Old Town in terms of the development of the perk and lands when that happens. So it wasn't infrastructure per se, it was for that, it was sort of you guys buying an interest into having a equal say in what happens in that space. And I'll ask Tom if that's how he would characterize that.
Okay, go to administration.
Your worship, I would just say in general that summary was accurate as to the intent at the time.
Yeah. And there was the partnership, that was we redeveloped Old Town South, and that was for a road right away through, that will connect 57th Avenue to the existing developments by the old high school site. I believe that is already registered on title. Is that?
Your worship, I'm not sure about the registration on title at this point. I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to speak yes or no to that specifically.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'll continue if I can. Appreciate that, and yet, again, the $300,000, the purpose for it, understand, and as you said, I guess that was used to pay off debts at that time. Now, you mentioned that the $50,000 for this roof project is coming from the unrestricted reserve, which is bringing the unrestricted reserve down to zero.
Yes.
The unrestricted reserve on the 2023 audited financial statements was at $191,000. Can you help me understand where the additional $160,000 or sorry, $40,000?
I don't have it in front of me, but those would be the two projects of the doors and windows project, which was significant. That was a matching project from the government, and also the grading project, which was another significant project. And all of these are through the community incentives program with the government, which are all 50%. So any money that's spent out of that infrastructure unrestricted funds is related to doing big infrastructure projects. So I believe, I don't know the numbers exactly of those two, but I think those are the two projects that took it down to the 50 from that.
Thank you. Yeah, and an understanding of that I think would help, because the explanation, the timeline you gave of those projects was prior, some of them at least were prior to the 2023 fiscal plan. So I'm just trying to kind of piece that together. The last question that I have, if I may, Your Worship. Thank you very much. I understand that a portion of the lands that is used as the St. Matthew's schoolyard does belong actually to the Red Brick Common. I believe at this point in time those lands have been essentially forever used under a $0 handshake agreement and so on and so forth. Given that those lands are being used by SML, I'm just wondering if there'd been any consideration from the Red Brick Common in selling that portion of land to SML in order to acquire some capital to help pay for some of the conservation plan items.
We've gone to them about 5 years ago and said, what is your long-term plan for this? Because it was a handshake deal, a long time ago, more than 15 years. No one can even remember when. At one point, when I was talking to Tom, we were thinking about maybe the road would go easily, the access road would go easily through that parking lot because it goes from through that playground, because it goes from that back of that street straight out without having to go through trees and a building and all those things. But nobody wants to be the people that put a road through a parking, or through a children's playground. So we sort of left that where it was at the time. We went back to them and said, would you be willing to pay to use it? And they said they didn't have the money to buy it, but they wanted to continue to use it. So we're sort of at an impasse. If there was a big push for us to do something, like if the town said we really wanted the road to go there, rather than here, rather than there, that would be some sort of impetus for us to do something. But otherwise, we're just, I guess, being cordial neighbors and letting them use it for free for now again. It is part of a heritage, the grounds and the building have heritage status on the main site. So there's no question of adverse possession, like they can't say, we've been using it this long, now we own it. But they don't seem to be in a position to want to pay to use it either, so.
Okay, thank you
The
much.
optics of taking a playground from children aren't great, so.
No. Thank you. And then any other questions from members of council? Okay, then I'll go back to Councillor Anderson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Melissa, for being here. I've had the privilege for about the last year, I think, to be the council appointee to the Red Brick Common board, and have appreciated getting to know yourself a little bit better and the team over there. Just want to speak to a couple of things that have come up this evening in terms of staffing. Certainly the utilization of volunteers is an important part of what's gone on over at the Red Brick Common. And for any of our service agencies, when we see that reduction, they tend to rely on free labor to accomplish some of their goals. I do think the work that's going to happen this fall, you briefly alluded to the upcoming strategic plan. The Red Brick Common has been working under a strategic plan, I think, that dated 2022, so just post-COVID, or sort of in the height of that. And certainly there'll be some work that occurs there to determine how the Red Brick Common moves forward, and what are the core programming, and what is that going to look like with the new fiscal reality. And those are things that the board will have to consider at that time. And so, maybe no firm answers today, but certainly that's an awareness of the board, I know, and has been a bit of a conversation point. But do want to acknowledge the work that you've done in terms of pursuing infrastructure grants to try and bring in as many dollars as you can to offset the costs locally, whether that's asks of the town or otherwise, but also diversifying your revenue sources as much as you can. I know, sometimes they're small initiatives, but they all add to the pot that help the programs run and things move forward. And so a lot of gratitude for the work that you do and continue to do. And so we appreciate that. We appreciate you being here. To my colleagues on council, just to carry that point forward just a little bit. Certainly the fiscal realities are known to the board. I know many of you as colleagues have sat on that board as well, and I think with the Red Brick Common doing strategic planning every 4 years, this is going to be a critical part of that conversation in terms of sustainability moving forward, and what are the core values that the community wants to see and that the Heritage Ag Society can provide through the Red Brick Common, and we look forward to undertaking that work prior to the next election, actually, and so I'll have the opportunity to be a part of that as we move forward. So some important conversations to come. But with that, thank you again for being here.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Anderson. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Seeing none, just one question that was not asked that I had written down was in terms of the community gardens. I think you mentioned you added 11 more. So what is the total number of gardens that are currently managed by the Red Brick Common?
Total number of what, pardon me?
Community gardens?
Community garden, 77.
77. Okay. And then with that, what is your max capacity? Because I think I've had residents reach out that they think the community gardens is a good idea. And so I'm trying to find them places for them to send them, besides out to an acreage of one of my friend's place or somewhere around town that has some empty lots.
Could we build more, or what's our maximum capacity
Yeah,
right
like
now?
in terms of managing, like with your staff, your volunteers, like what's the maximum capacity that you can actually manage?
We could, with the space so because we've been slowly adding every year a few, limited by money and manpower and some of those things, but we're not really restricted by space, other than keeping in mind what the town might want us to do or what might be available to do on that site in terms of the redevelopment of Old Town. We could basically double it with that green space that's there. We have a lot of green space left over between the gym and the existing beds. So there is room for expansion if that were, if there were a big need for that, if people were that interested. And last summer, there was a lot of fighting and vegetable stealing, and it was like one of the most contentious parts of any of my portfolios, and it was funny. This year, I don't know, this seems to be a little bit better. It's like any other community. There's always a funny story here or there with it, but there's lots of room for expansion.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate hearing that, because I think there is a growing demand from our residents wanting like a community garden plot. And it's good that you have the ability to, so definitely I'll be sending more people out to see you, and hopefully that works out. And I do hope that there's not a lot of fighting over gardens and stuff. Hopefully they're able to work together and kind of maybe even share on the harvest and bounty, and not reach over and steal somebody's cucumber or pumpkin on the side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And there's no more questions up, so thank you for your time and presentation. Definitely, the Town of Stoney Plain appreciates the partnership that's been happening with Red Bay Common and Town of Stoney Plain. I mentioned the art is one of them, and definitely you mentioned Midsummer Thursdays and summer sessions, different things that I see you're in full costume, some of your volunteers, so which is very good to kind of showcase that history. Definitely looking forward to many more years of fruitful relationship between the town and Red Bay Common.
Thank you.
And in terms of your ask, so there is a motion later on in the agenda items, under business items, that council will deal with. And if council supports that motion, then it'll be directed to our corporate plan, which is in November, which then administration will bring back a recommendation, having kind of put aside, said, the request from the Red Brick Common is an additional $20,000, and then council has the ability then to add it to our budget or not.
Thank you so much.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that presentation completed, we're moving on to number 5 of our agenda, which is the statutory public hearing for Park West R8 registering, that's the land use bylaw. Okay, I'll let administration get ready. Are you ready? Okay, just before we start, so this is a public hearing for bylaw 2726/LUO/25, and this is to deal with Park West R8 land use bylaw amendment. Again, this is the one and only official chance that residents and stakeholders get to present to council on this subject. How this works is I'll open up the hearing. Staff will make a presentation. At that time, council gets the ability to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Following that is the applicant gets to speak, and then again, council gets the opportunity to ask for questions for clarity and understanding. Then following that is then all those that like to have speak in favor of the proposed amendment. After that is all those that are not in favor of the proposed amendment. And then after that, all those have a general comment of the proposed amendment. And during all those times, council has the ability to ask questions of clarity and understanding. When that is completed, the applicant may have and wish the opportunity to have closing remarks. And then when that's completed, the public hearing will be closed, and then the town council will deal with it later on in terms of our bylaws under number 8 of our agenda. So with that being stated, so I'll declare the public hearing for bylaw 276/LU25 opened. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. To all of council and the public here, this is the presentation for the public hearing for bylaw 2726, LUO 25, for the Park West R8 land use bylaw amendment. As we typically provide in front of council, our land use planning framework in Stony Plain has 5 different tiers. This one here falls under the land development tier, which is really about the land use bylaws, subdivisions, and land servicing. We'll start out with an aerial context of the site. As you can see here, the area of the land use bylaw amendment is the red cross-hatched area. This is generally surrounded by commercial to the north and east, and then to the south and slightly towards the southwest, there's the Somerville neighborhood, the Sun Meadows neighborhood, including some areas known as Tanglewood, both phases 1 and 2. This area is bordered to the north by Highway 16A, to the east by Veterans Boulevard, and includes access via a road, Park West Crossing, or Park West Place, that has a loop within the Park West Crossing commercial site. This area is shown here in black as part of the South Business Park.
And just before, as you continue, can you actually speak directly into the mic? Having some questions from members of council of hearing the presentation, so if you can speak directly into the mic, so thanks.
Not a problem. Hopefully this works better. Okay. So just continuing with this one here, this is the South Business Park Area Structure Plan. The area here is noted, shown by my red highlighter here and black outline, is in an area that is a general mixed use. So again, this is an area that could be commercial, residential, or a mix thereof. Again, you can see surrounded by residential to the south and bordered again by Veterans Boulevard to the north and, to the east, and Highway 16A to the north. Getting a little more specific here, the land use bylaw amendment is looking to change this area that's part of the C2, which again, the rest of the Park West Crossing area is also C2. To the south, we have an R8 site, some R3 sites, and then directly to the west, we have a P1 or Parks District, changing it from a C2, which is a general commercial district, to an R8 enables it to have primary residential with commercial as an option, as opposed to the current districting, which is commercial as the primary and residential as an option. Since first reading, this has been brought to the Planning Advisory Committee with general support. It's been posted on the town website, and a notification sign was placed on the site more than 10 days ago, as per our advertisement bylaw. Here's an example of the site, the map and advertisement on the site. In terms of next steps, we have done the public advertisement for the public hearing. We're here on August 25th for the public hearing and for second and third reading, ultimately for council's decision. I'm available for any questions or comments on the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And this is the kind of the addition to the presentation that was heard at first reading. So members of council, any questions, comments for clarity and understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation this evening. Looking at page 36, just seems to be, of our agenda package, seems to be the best overview shot or aerial context here. If you wouldn't mind having that up for us. Just a quick question related to the two properties directly to the south of the subject property in Park West Place. Is there expected to be any ingress egress into the two properties on the south off of Park West Place, or would that road strictly service Park West Crossing as shown on the aerial context map?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, there's no intention to have any access go south of Park West Crossing there. There's actually a drainage ditch or a low-lying area there that conveys water that separates them. So no, there is no planning to have anything within that area.
Perfect, thank you.
Drainage ditch. Okay, any other questions for clear understanding from members of council? Okay, is there any more? Councilor Hansard, do you have a question for clear understanding?
You're asking me that as I'm contemplating.
Well, that's why, if not, because then I'll move on to the next phase of the public hearing.
Okay, I just want to quickly ask administration, when this first came before us, there were a few comments made, I made one or two of them myself, about the densification of the population at that site and the impact that that would have on the single-family homes to the south. Now we know because all of Veterans Boulevard is lined with building components for additional buildings that will be made, I believe, in the land to the south. Am I correct about that, or is that the builder for this building, the developer for this building, anticipating that they're going to be given the go-ahead and all of that building infrastructure stacked on the side of the road, on the west side of Veterans Boulevard, is that for this building, or is that for the items that are being built on the land to the south?
Okay. I don't think this building has even been approved yet, so I'll ask administration to clarify the building components that are south.
Through your worship, to Councillor Henderson and all of council, the area that's being referred to is along Veterans Boulevard in this area here. This is approximately the area that's been known generally as Phase 3 of the Tanglewood developments. That's been their, I guess, laydown yard for the building material that's currently being built in Tanglewood at Sun Meadows Phase 2. So there's 3 buildings that are generally up right now, 4 more that have been approved and are being worked on. And my understanding is that any of that material that you're seeing on the site there is for those buildings in Phase 2 of Tanglewood.
Okay, with that, Mr. Mayor, my follow-up question would be, so we've moved from single-family homes at Silverstone and single-family modular-style homes in Jutland Ridge and in Sun Meadows to intensifying the population in all of those. Are they 8 plexes on the lands that surround Sun Meadows? Close. Now we're going to add an apartment building. Remind us how many units of housing will be in that mixed-use building, if you would, please.
Good.
Your worship, to Councillor Hansard, it is somewhat difficult to say the exact number that would be within the, I'll say, the bylaw area here. Maybe going back to this slide here. Ultimately, the development in Tanglewood are 12 plexes that have been built there. There's approximately 7 in Phase 1, 7 in Phase 2. What would be built in Phase 3 is still up for the applicant. I know we've had some preliminary applications, but nothing that's been brought forward in terms of an application. Trying to remember from the first reading calculations here. I want to say it's somewhere between 40 and 60 units. We might have a better number here in a sec, but that would be a rough ballpark of the number of units that could be in a building there.
So you said, sorry, Mr. Mayor, you said between 40 and 60 units, plus about 14 buildings of 12-plex buildings. Thank you. I needed to ask the question. In thinking of it, it just strikes me as a lot of densification. Nothing wrong with that. That's where we're supposed to be doing it, I believe, along the busier roads. It just seems like a lot. And that's all I'll say.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. So this is sort of separate from the development that's south of this property. So those properties that are in Tanglewood have already been pre-approved by council in terms of what they are. And that Phase 3, they came to council to ask redistricted to R8 to remove the conditions, in which this council did a little while ago. So at this point, as administration mentioned, there's been some conversations, but nothing yet to be developed on Phase 3, which is where the currently laid down of the building materials are for Phase 2 of Tanglewood. And with the R8 zoning there, then there's ability to build 3 or 4 apartment complexes there as well. And, okay, and we're going to go over to Councillor Pletchko, and I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Worship, through to administration. Thanks for the presentation this evening. I still have a bit of a concern, so I'm going to ask a question. I believe in our first reading, some of us asked a question regarding traffic patterns, and we were referred to the possibility of a streetlight being put in, and I'm going to say just to the south of Park West Crossing. I'm wondering if by chance there was any study done throughout the summer on the traffic that's on that corner. Passing that corner on several occasions, I noticed the backup log already going into the Park West Crossing in that area. By adding an additional, and when we use for argument's sake, 40 dwellings there, to an area that really does not have the ability to have probably additional 60 vehicles, I would imagine. If you've got 40 people, then there are going to be some people with 2 vehicles in there. The traffic that would flow into that would be astronomical. And I know we were told in the first reading that that would be something after it was done that we would have to look at. I'm wondering if there was any, by chance, a bit of a traffic impact looked at this summer.
Okay, go ahead, administration.
Your worship, to Councillor Pletchko, I'm not aware of any specific study that has been done over the summer to convey those numbers. What I can reiterate from first reading overall was that when they did the work for Veterans Boulevard, they did look at each of these sites in terms of the potential land uses and the traffic generation from those land uses, given that the high-density residential and commercial or general commercial typically have a similar impact in terms of the number of traffic generated. There was no need for lights at that intersection at this point in time. Now, the likelihood is that as the east side of Veterans Boulevard develops, there may need to be some look at if another TIA would have to be done, if they do increase the densities on that area, or as they build that area out and we have a better understanding of the existing flow-through traffic on there, that they would then look at whether or not a lit intersection would be required at that space or not. But given the current density and uses on the west side, there's not the need at this point in time.
Councillor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarity again, you made reference to a TA done on that location based on the zoning that was in place at the time. That zoning is now about to change from a C2 to an R8, which increases the traffic that would be on that site specifically. Would that have been taken into consideration at the time, that there could be a possibility of a change in site?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, to Councillor Pletchko, we have consulted with transportation engineering regarding this matter, and based on the general assumptions, the conservative estimates that would be taken in a TIA, the expected volume of traffic from a high-density residential or a general commercial are expected to be approximately the same.
Okay, thank you. And if members of council have been into that area when Veterans Boulevard was contemplated and designed, if you go to that intersection that is we're just talking right now, there is actually a left turning bay that's designed to go left into the vacant property on the east side of Veterans Boulevard. And that is because of the pre-planning that our staff did with the engineer to make sure that we had the ability to continue to grow that side when we needed to. So it wasn't done after the thought, it was done before the thought. So again, as mentioned by administration, and I think we asked that question during first reading, is what would trigger us that requires that completion of those lights? And I think the answer was, what I heard was that when there's development on the east side. Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, I guess just a bit of a continuation for clarity here on this one. I think it's I'm pretty sure this was asked and answered at the first reading, but just to bring it to light. When we're talking about the zoning change from C2 to R8, one of the big components in that is the requirement for actual commercial use within that building. But the C2 zoning still allows for residential occupancy on higher floors. So when we're actually talking the zoning change from C2 to R8, can you confirm that there is actually very little or potentially even no change to the density of the dwelling? The number of dwelling units within a C2 building or an R8 building on this same site, in theory, remains the same. In fact, I think it would be less potentially in an R8 because site coverage is increased or is decreased from 60% to 50%.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all of council, this is a difficult question to answer, given the fact that we would need specific proposals to be able to come up with those numbers. Again, looking at the building pocket that would be capable here, the height does increase with an R8. However, you are correct that the lot coverage goes down from 60% lot coverage down to 50% as a maximum. There isn't a defined density to a C2 in terms of the number of residential, again, because it is optional there. Whereas in the R8, it is defined as a maximum of 80 dwelling units per hectare, with additional ones that may be allowed if there's underground parking. So that kind of gives the range from, as I said, roughly a minimum of, say, 40 as a maximum lower end, and then as they add underground parking, it would be increased there, but it's hard to tell without a specific proposal.
Excellent, thank you again. So in clarity of it, if we were going to max values, the likelihood is it would be relatively comparable.
Through your worship to council, I believe that's reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a continuation of both of those conversations, and wasn't sure when would be the appropriate time to ask, but the traffic impact study was brought up, and so, Mr. Mayor, I'll throw it out to a question through you to administration, and if it's better asked at a different time, please just let me know. But since that traffic impact study's been done, there's been a major change north of the highway, and that's the annexation of Boundary Road North that goes through to Spruce Grove. That will be an access point to Highway 16A and certainly through Veterans Boulevard if people wanted to traverse across the highway and continue south in that manner. And so just looking for just some clarity on any conversation that's occurred around the additional traffic volume that may be created with that extension, and if we have any contingency planning or next steps that the town could take should we see an increase traffic pattern in this particular area accessing the Park West Crossing area.
Okay. Go administration. So I think the biggest question here is was there consideration of the connection of Spruce Grove to Veterans Boulevard?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, I'm not aware of the specifics of that TIA and what it considered. They typically have somewhere between a 20 to 30 year build out as a consideration. There is some likelihood that it may have considered that, given I've been aware of that for about 5 to 10 years, that was kind of ultimately the plan in terms of having Grove Drive kind of segue downward into what is Veterans Boulevard, or more appropriately north of there is Boundary Road. I guess one of the things I would add to this conversation is typically when we're looking at the change to zoning, we're going to look and see if it's comparable or not in terms of what is being proposed there. It's not to say that we don't look at what's happening around it or what could happen around it. And that's where earlier when I answered that when there's development, say to the east there, that there would be more significant to change it. This is a smaller site. It's less than a hectare in terms of size, and it's not intended to have a significant change in terms of the existing use. So it's not necessarily something that would trigger the need for a TIA as opposed to something more significant that maybe doesn't have something that's been done in the last couple decades to show that potential increase with the through-fare traffic that would be attributed to what you indicated.
Thank you.
Certainly, I appreciate that and the clarity on some of the question there. So I guess I appreciate that we're not. The zoning has been clarified by yourself and Councillor Laurie won't change the density significantly. And I think that's part of the challenge of when I was going to ask this question, because that traffic pattern through on Veterans Boulevard isn't specific to the zoning that's before us, but it has been identified by council as a potential pinch point down the road with some of the additional changes, whether that's development on the east side of Veterans Boulevard, whether that's Boundary Road North connecting to Grove Drive and Spruce Grove. And so maybe I save that for council discussion at the end of this evening, but just looking for some clarity and maybe some information or some of the dialogue that's occurred in terms of what can we as a town do should we see this to become a bigger issue down the road. So again, I know that's separate from the issue at hand around the specific zoning, and so we'll look to administration or Mr. Mayor. When would be the best time for us to bring some of those concerns forward?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council, appreciate the dialogue that we're having on the topic of the traffic implications of the rezoning. So, as mentioned by the manager of planning, there's we don't materially believe that the zoning changes being proposed here add a number of extra trips that we would be concerned with. And Councillor Anderson and a number of councillors have pointed out there's other growth happening around this area. There's the developments to the south that garnered some attention. There's also the comment on the future connection to Spruce Grove that's currently being undertaken. So we don't just have one tool to look at the forecasted growth in this area, just at the development stage and beyond. So there's there's what we can look at with what we have now when we have these applications in front of us. So we can look at the proposals and the zoning and how does this fit in the community. There's also how we manage the growth out into the community. So there's other ways for us to review that. We do have a program for counting vehicles throughout the town that we do update regularly. And we also have updates to major planning documents. So for example, you brought up Councillor Anderson, you brought up the connection to Spruce Grove that wasn't there a couple of years ago. We did a transportation master plan that was the town's road. That's going in the short order have a change in agency, and that will also likely have some different connections than it does now. So when we do our master plan updates, we consider, okay, like what are those connections going to plan to do in and around the area and also throughout the town in general to see where those are going to come in. There's also from our active comments or observations from either council or from what we observe from our own internal measurements, if an early intervention is needed. Now, if we follow what's being reported to council tonight in the due course of development, we expect that there's likely to be a review of those intersections when there's further development to the east. So when those trigger, that's probably a likely natural trigger. Now, if we start to see trips being generated out there that are beyond what we think, then we have other ways outside of the development process, outside the zoning process, outside of where we are right now to look at those things. So we're never out of options to look at these things later on just from the rezoning. From the rezoning perspective, we are looking at this as a very similar, very like-minded update that we're presenting to council. But ultimately, these are important things that we do look at beyond just this one part in this one singular point in time.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor Meagher, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, I'm aware that commercial development is possible on the ground floor of an R8, correct? Yes. I'm just curious if administration has any indication from the developer whether they intend to keep any commercial development on the ground floor, or if we're too early to know that kind of thing.
Through your worship to Councillor Meagher, we've not been informed of any specific development projects that would go forward if this is successful. However, the applicant is here and may be available to provide some insight into that when they have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Meagher, if you can hold that question right after the applicant presents, you can ask that question. Moving on to Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, seems like a really stupid question to ask now, but the 50% lot coverage, does that include just the building, or is that also any above-ground parking?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, that lot coverage is predominantly just building coverage as opposed to parking. especially ground floor and underground. That would be under the building typically, or even under another layer of parking over top.
Thank you. Any other more questions for administration for clarity and understanding on the presentation? Okay. See none. Thank you for, wait, hold on a second. Okay. My questions are covered. I'll ask later. And moving on to the next part of the public hearing. So this is the time that the applicant has the opportunity to present to council. And I believe the applicant is in chambers. So if Mr. Gulak, if you can come sit down, sign in, and then turn on the mic. So there's a little red dot that'll come in behind the microphone, and you can speak then.
Your Worship, Council, I appreciate the time tonight to address this issue. Could you put that plan or that map back up? Would that be possible, please? Or do I have to do that?
We have IT behind you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm Murray Kulak. My company's Decker Properties. Typically, we're retail developers, and that's why we bought this lot, to be a retail development. Unsuccessfully tried to lease it out. We haven't really gotten any comment, any feedback, any positive response from tenants. And then that building you can see just immediately to the north of our site, the swim club, was built, and that kind of put the nail in the coffin. It's hid away, and we couldn't develop it commercially. So we're thinking, what can we do with it? And there was mini storage. There was other, different ideas as to what we can accomplish or put in there. I talked to the developer of the land to the south, the building those mini apartment blocks. As soon as he builds them, they're rented. And other apartments in the community seem to be low vacancy as well. And it seemed to make sense for us to address multifamily site on that parcel. So we went in, we set up a meeting with the planning department and talked to them about it, gave them our opinion. They expressed their comments, and they were on side. There was a question about a traffic impact assessment, which I'm used to doing. We've done that traffic impact before, but there was one on file that talked about C2 and R8 uses and would it apply. They checked the R8 and they checked with whoever did it, and the traffic impact assessment allowed for the rezoning or would support the rezoning to R8. So it seemed to us that that's the way we should go and that's what we should do. So we submitted our application for R8. I don't know, we're not going to put any commercial in there. It just doesn't seem to fit. And like I said, I'm a commercial guy. I would rather do that, to be honest with you, but I can't do that there. And the traffic impact assessment does allow for R8. I don't know the number of units. I know the number is 40 to 60 or so. I don't know if we're going to go surface or underground parking. We're going to do our studies. We're going to find out our costs. We're going to find out if income expense, if it makes sense to, how many units we feel we have to put on site. So when we submit our development permit, we'll have that for the planning department. They can look at it at that time, and hopefully it'll qualify. But all we're looking at doing, and all we did, Your Worship and Council, was found a site that we wanted to develop commercially. We can't, and the traffic impact assessment done by people who do traffic impact assessments. This is their job. And they looked at the site and the traffic flow that would be incurred with R8, and R8 would qualify here. So we submitted our application and hope it's going to be approved. So any questions, Mayor, Your Worship, Council, I certainly take it on.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation and your comments. I'll go straight to Councillor Meyer, as he had the question earlier to administration, but that you can probably answer. Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate your answering my question before I even asked it. I am curious sort of to the dynamics. You said it was a nail in the coffin. I'm just curious, what is it that makes it so undesirable now?
Well, initially I liked the location, and when we bought that site from the developer, they had a different tentative plan for that site. It didn't show the development that would close off our site. The reason retail needs some exposure, right? And it doesn't have exposure there. It's just really difficult to lease out space to any major tenant that would want to move to Stony Plain. There are other sites, we have other opportunities, and we'll keep developing here, but this site just isn't compatible to retail development.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay. Councillor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kulak, for coming down tonight. To appreciate your stance on business within our community. I know over years you've done a phenomenal job with moving our community forward, and that's greatly appreciated. I'm wondering, have you given that site any consideration with the new development that's actually coming to our community that's going to bring a number of retailers, I'm quite confident, into the area, as well as that corner is now going to be a major access into Spruce Grove. It's actually one of the key accesses that they've been after us for quite some time, that we've given up through an annexation process so that they can develop that so that their residents can get there. It will become a key corner for a major development, I would think, on all four corners over the next few years. Probably not this year, but within the next 3 to 5 years, I think that what we see with the major anchor that's coming to town and the excitement that they're creating with in that area and along that highway, that could become a key area. And I understand that with the swim club in front of you, that a big concrete building sometimes puts a little bit of hindrance, but I think the several developments within the city where Costco has gone, and I'll use the name because I'm sure we all know who it is that's coming to our area, that area booms and all blocks and corners of it. And that corner, at some point in time, will be tied into that development as a key commercial side of it. Yeah. Has that been given any consideration?
Yes, we're excited, like everybody in this room is, with Costco coming to our community. A number of centers, and I think it's just going to be to everybody's benefit. But also with commercial comes residential with Costco. You know, you look around Costco developments, there's not only additional retail, there's additional multifamily. And we feel that, I just, you know, in my years of developing retail strip centers, I just don't feel that site is going to, you know, if I held it for 20 years, it might. But I'm not in the business of holding it for 20 years. And I really think, I think the TIA shows that there's not, you know, it qualifies for RA zoning, and the traffic flow is acceptable. I mean, I can build a big retail unit there, and if we would lease out, it brings a lot of people back to and from that area. I mean, if I could, I would, but I don't feel I can. So that's why we looked at R8. Again, excited about Costco and excited about the opportunity. But with Costco comes other growth, a lot of other growth, and they'll need lots of people living and working for those new businesses as well.
Okay, thank you.
Greatly appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for clear understanding from the applicant? Nope. Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to the next phase of the public hearing is all those that are in favor of the proposed amendment change. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay, anybody in the gallery would like to speak in favor of the proposed amendment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next phase, which is all those that are against the proposed bylaw change. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Anybody in the gallery would like to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw change? Okay. See none. And the next phase is all those that have a general comment regarding the proposed bylaw change. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Does anybody in the gallery like to speak a general comment to the proposed bylaw change? Okay. Seeing none, it goes back to the applicant. The applicant has the ability to summarize and close if they like. Would you like to close, Mr. Kulak? No? Yeah, this is part of the public hearing. The applicant has the ability to close if they like, so if you want to make any closing comments, you're fine. Thank you. Okay. So with that, we've gone through the entire public hearing. Just wanted to confer with our staff that we followed the Municipal Government Act rules to adhere to the public hearing bylaw.
Through your worship, yes, you have.
Okay, with that, then I'll declare that the public hearing for bylaw 2726/LU/25 closed, and then council will be dealing this later under number 8 of our bylaws. Thank you. Right, that ends that. And moving on to number 6, which is adoption of council minutes for July 14th. Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the July 14th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay, members of council, you had the opportunity to review them. Any errors or omissions on those minutes? Okay. I do not see any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Move on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. So looking at the 7.1, which is the Meridian Housing Foundation for April 24th, and then also 7.2, which is the Planning Advisory Committee for May 22nd. Councilor Hansard with the motion, please.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council receive the council board and committee minutes for information. I do have a question on Meridian Foundation, Your Worship.
Thank you. I appreciate the motion. And then go ahead with your first question.
I'd like to ask the representative, council representative to that board. I actually had to read one little sentence about 3 times to grasp it. A motion was passed, I believe this was on page 72 or 74, where the garage was approved, must be 74. A garage, page 71, thank you. Page 71 at the top of the page. Meridian Foundation passed a motion to build a garage, I'm going to add a slash maintenance facility, shed, building, or portion of that garage for $325,000. And I thought, wow, that is some garage. Because you can darn well build a small, like a duplex for that. Could we just get a little bit of an explanation? What is going to be housed in that garage? How big is the maintenance portion that applies, and what equipment will be stored?
Okay.
I don't want to do a deep dive, but I really needed to understand that kind of money on a garage.
Okay, thank you. And I'll turn that over to Councilor Loynes. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, it is a maintenance garage and storage unit, so it will house and hold all of the stuff for all of the Meridian Housing properties that they maintain. So everything from a light bulb to a switch to anything extra and above that is a larger quantity that should not just be left out in the open. So the reason it was so expensive is due to the cost of supplies. This is kind of on the higher end of the quotes that we had received, and we just wanted to ensure that whoever gets the contract does have the funds available to build it to the specifications that are required.
And may I just get clarification? Can we ask how big is this building? If you have any idea, that may be putting you on the spot for tonight, but we would maybe like to get emailed with how big is this building? And I have no problem with that. Where will it be built?
It will be built behind the current Meridian Housing Foundation office. As for the size, I will get back to you. I believe I sent in an update, but I will confirm.
Oh, that's in the downtown location. Oh, because I was trying to figure out where in the world would it fit at Whispering Waters. So All right, thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pletchko?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I greatly appreciate that question, Councilor Hansard. As I read that, I felt the same thing. I think it's a building that's, but again, is this a building that, and maybe you can help get that clarified as we go along. Councilor Loyne says you're their council representative. Is this building going to be heated? Will this building be strictly cold storage? Will this building be allowed employees for a place for them to be looked after and housed out of, and will all the equipment be there and that type of thing? So if you could just give us a bit more detail on what that cost of that building will, as part of that foundation is funded by our residents. So.
Yeah, I will get back to everybody with a report on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any more questions for clear understanding on the two council board minutes? See none, thank you for asking those questions, providing a little clarity. I look forward to the email update, Councilor Loynes. Call the question, all those in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Right, so looking at our agenda number 8, so let's take a quick recess and we'll come back to start with number 8, our bylaws. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Council has come back from recess, and we'll continue with our agenda, looking at number 8, which is bylaws. And today we have 4 to deal with. So 8.1 is the bylaw to redistrict and rezone Park West for R8. Go ahead, administration.
Your worship and all of council, given we've presented all the information we have, we're available for additional comments and questions as council desires. Thank you.
Thank you, administration. So members of council, we had the presentation. We asked some questions for clarity and understanding. We had the applicant make a presentation, and they answered some questions that we had. So any more questions for clarity and understanding before we go into accepting the motion for debate? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to number 8.1. Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that town council give second reading to bylaw 2726/LUO/25, a bylaw to amend land use bylaw 2719/LUO/25.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, the motion is on the floor for second reading. Questions, comments, debate on the motion. Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to administration for bringing this forward, to Mr. Kulak for being here to share with us as well and answer any questions that we might have. Certainly appreciate the answers around density changes and the minimal impact there. I think it's been duly noted, the concern around the potential for traffic or the concern around traffic, but for the zoning itself, certainly am supportive of the application this evening.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other questions, comments, and debate from members of council? Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, just echo the sentiments. I think there's definitely been a few potential snags that have been identified, but nothing necessarily large in nature, just things to pay attention to as we move forward. I think as I believe it was you even mentioned, the design of Veterans Boulevard does show the opportunity and ability for future improvements in that intersection as it comes along. And I just wanted to highlight as well that our housing needs assessment has really shown the need for more rental properties, for single one-bedroom suites and so on and so forth. So while C2 would have allowed for that, it did not guarantee it in any way, shape, or form. With R8, that absolutely certainly guarantees that we will see some high-density residential units in an appropriate area of town, and so supportive of the change in zoning we're seeing tonight.
Okay, any other comments from members of council? Councillor Meagher, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my concern this evening was potentially losing some prime highway commercial, but I'm inclined to listen to the wisdom of a longtime Stony Plain businessman and take his word that it's not a desirable property, and this is a good opportunity to make something out of nothing then.
Thank you, Councillor Meagher. Any other questions, comments, debates? Councillor Hansford, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment or two. Initially, I didn't like the idea of residential as opposed to something commercial. I'm very grateful for Mr. Kulak being here today to explain and to acknowledge even that highway exposure is very important. You're looking at a prime corner, something that soon I think we will all begin to realize just how prime that is. And explaining that that area, because of the swim lesson pool being built in where it is, it would be blocking the exposure that any passersby on the highway, which is a main thoroughfare of traffic, would see there is going to diminish the effectiveness of a commercial establishment in that particular area. I would suppose if there were businesses located there that would be a destination where people are going to go, they don't have to necessarily see it to find it, and proper signage might have made a difference. But honestly, I think we have to realize that Stony Plain is definitely a place where builders, developers want to come and help us grow our community. We are forever grateful for those who have come forward in the past and helped us grow our community, because cities and towns all over North America are crying for someone to come and help them grow, to put buildings, to create housing. And if we stop and think about the fact that something is going to go on that corner, it might as well be something that's being created by a long-term developer in our area who knows how to get things done and make them successful and effective. I am persuaded that my concerns about making that residential as opposed to commercial are probably not of paramount importance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hansard. Councilor Pechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to start off by thanking Decker Properties and Marie Kulak for coming tonight. When I come into this council meeting tonight, truthfully, coming from the commercial side of things, I was not convinced that a residential building on that piece of property made sense. Being on a commercial property in the corner like that, my thought was easy for proper signage, proper development, and easy access off the main highway still made it a highly desirable piece of commercial property. Well, I think it's still somewhat commercial that's desired there. I also understand the purpose of the high-density residential that could go into that piece of property, which will also support that neck of the woods for the current businesses that are there today. So not always does it need to be a commercial piece of property. It needs to be something that attracts for our whole community. And Decker Properties being a long-term commercial developer in our community without residential experience, I greatly appreciate the answers we got tonight. You've put some forethought into that, and I think that's important when you come in front of council to help us understand where we're going with our community and how that commercial could affect or not affect the growth of our community. So tonight, sitting here, I've come to appreciate that that is a good spot for what you've talked about. Going forward, I'm hoping that the impact study that was done efficiently and wasn't something that we overlooked here tonight, because just because something's done years ago doesn't always mean it makes sense for how we move our community forward today. So sometimes you need to take a step back and have those questions, and they're always hard questions for us to ask up here, especially when we're familiar with the development within our community and want to see our community grow. So thank you for coming forward tonight with the great answers and the foresight to see a need for a different development within our community that will support development that's coming to our community and development that's here already today. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pechko. Any other comments, questions on debate? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for the conversation, the questions from members of council, and then the answers from our administration and our applicant. I will support the motion at hand. I think there are some issues that I think members of council had in terms of kind of traffic counts, the planning, commercial access, and definitely visibility off the highway. So I did my research and looked at, after first reading, to see, does it support an R8 development? And from my understanding, looking at what we have done, I think it does. Then we talked about density units. I think when I looked around town to some of the C2s that are out there that have residential on top of a commercial, they're averaging around 40 units of units above the commercial. So having this change to an R8 is mentioned by administration because this is less than a hectare. It will be between 40, which is minimum, to 60, which is the maximum. So it's roughly within the same amount of density that is allowed under the C2 general commercial district. I had concerns about being proximity to the highway in terms of the noise, traffic going back and forth. And I look into our development, and I look at other areas that have developed. We have the Entral Partner apartments just off to the west, that is about the same proximity distance from there. We have Sunrise Vistas, which is right adjacent to there as well. And also, we have the Best Western, Stony Plain Inns, and across the highway, we have Days Inn and also Travel Lodge in terms of residential usage, which is on our main highway. So in terms of losing highway commercial access, we might lose a little bit, but we're also gaining residents in areas of people can call home and stay in the community. So in terms of traffic, I looked at the traffic counts that we've had. It does look at we're averaging between, on the dots, is about between 5,000 to 10,000 units a day right now. And currently, Veterans Boulevard is designed to handle more than that. And if I can bring back council to look at Veterans Boulevard when they drive down, there is full thought to the full development of Veterans Boulevard on both sides. That's why there's turning lanes at this intersection at Park West Crossing, at 44th Avenue, at Graybriar Drive, and at Fairways Drive. So that consideration has been taken into consideration through the long-range plans of town Stony Plain. Yeah, so I definitely appreciate the vision that the community had to make sure that those do happen. And I think, as mentioned by Mr. Kulak when he did the presentation, that he talked to the developers directly south of him in terms of the development that's happening there, and which is residential. And the comment back that was said was that they're fully rented out because there's that much of a need in our community. Right? And we know that for a fact is when we had the Sonora fires, we had a 0% vacancy rate, and many of those people had to leave our communities. And that hasn't come down. We still have a pretty close to 0% vacancy rate in the community. So having another R8 unit that might afford the ability of somebody to stay in our community instead of moving out, I'm supportive of that. In terms of losing commercial, I think we have ample opportunity across the highway to develop commercial, so I don't think we'll be losing it. I think we'll be just enhancing what we have in the community. So that is why I'm supporting the change from C2 to R8. Okay. Councillor Anderson, as a mover, any closing comments?
No, I think everything's been said. Thank you.
Okay. Without a call the question, all in favor of second reading? That's carried. Moving on to third reading. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2726/LUO/25.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions, comments, debate on the motion? Okay. See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. Thank you, Administration, for the presentation, and thank you, the applicant, for coming forward. Okay. Moving on with agenda 8.2, which is the solid waste management bylaw, and these two next bylaws are coming to us from the motion that we made on July 14th, asking administration to bring back the bylaw for us to amend and a new fees and charges schedule. Go ahead, administration, as soon as you're able to connect.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is a solid waste amendment to the solid waste bylaw. On July 14th, the administration presented options for solid waste bin sizes in the community after a vendor change. July 14th, council made some recommendations through motions, changes to the solid waste management bylaw, including 120-liter waste carts be available for exchange of existing 240-liter standard size, and provide an additional 120-liter waste cart upon request. The bylaw amendment proposed is adding section 7.5.0 to the bylaw to exchange a standard 240-liter based bin for a 120-liter size, no fees or charges for that exchange, and adding section 7.6.0, request to add an additional waste bin for a biweekly service. Fees would be applicable for the cart, delivery, and biweekly service. Termination of the small 120-liter waste bins would result in a fee. Upon request to Public Works, either through the website, direct telephone requests, bin delivery would be within that 5 business days on the next Friday. Council motions to be give the first, second, and third readings of this bylaw change. Next steps, Council's addition to approved bylaw 2730S25 solid waste management bylaw, implementation town staff to implement a communication plan on solid waste service changes, and launch residents could request additional carts starting September 2nd. Residents will see fees and charges on the October 2025 bill. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Administration, for the presentation and bringing this forward directly from Council's motion from July 14th. Members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation this evening. Certainly a conversation that goes all the way back to the last election cycle, and so I'm thrilled that we have a solution in place as we move forward. I do have a question looking at page 87 of our agenda package, and that was in the presentation, the bylaw amendment. Just at the bottom of that slide, as it comes up, it notes a request to Public Works, website request or direct telephone request that that bin would be delivered within 5 business days. Now, one of the considerations of council when this went through was the workload that it was going to place on our Public Works staff, and I think I left that first reading with the assumption that the bin delivery would actually take place through the vendor, not as an additional task for our Public Works staff who already have a lot on their plates. When I read this, it sounds like to me we're expecting our Public Works staff to deliver the bins on a potentially a weekly basis. So just some clarity, please. The time frame of that and who is responsible for the delivery of those bins. Is it the vendor or is it our Public Works staff?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councilor Anderson. The bins will be provided by the vendor. The vendor has confirmed today that they have stock, so delivery will be coordinated by Public Works and passed to the vendor to deliver on the next Friday.
Okay, so just for clarity, we're facilitating the request from a resident. We're doing our end in terms of the fees being added to utility bills and so on, but we don't have boots on the ground, so to speak, with Public Works staff delivering those. The vendor will be responsible for that entirely.
Okay, thank you. That's what I heard.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration, just point of clarity here. It says here 5 business days. However, you made reference just now to Fridays. So that would be, some of that would be outside of a 5 business day. Should we have better clarity on the delivery of the 5 business days? Because if they order it Monday, they're going to expect it the following Monday, where you've just clarified that it would be Friday to Friday. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Pletchko, that the vendor has indicated they will be doing deliveries on Friday, so we can update our information to allow that the next available Friday that our deliveries will be. So.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up on that line of questioning, because the vendor only does trash collection every second Friday, just confirming it would be every Friday that they would be doing delivery of these bins, or would it only be the Fridays in which the vendor is actually in the community doing waste collection?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Laurie. We heard from our vendor Fridays, so then the Friday, every Friday that bins would be delivered. We are doing Friday deliveries to households taking possessions of bins for organics and waste. This would be an addition of that service.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any more questions, comments? Okay, Councilor Loynes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, has the vendors indicated, being that the 120-liter bin is a smaller, is 19 inches versus 24 and a half inches, that the spacing required is any different between the bins, or is it still the 3 feet?
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Loyens. The spacing between bins is still 1 meter required between each of the bins. So we do need between each bin 1 meter, whether it be waste or organics or the small cart.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Oh, okay. See none, I will support the motion. After we debated this, I had a few residents reach out, and they're very happy that they have the opportunity, if council sees fit, to take a smaller bin. And definitely that has been an ask for a little while. And then those that needed a little extra, they were happy that they were able to get the extra 120 liters. So it's kind of, we found a balance that can make many of our residents happy while still adhering to our environmental responsibility and to reducing our environmental footprint in our communities. So with that, I'll call the first. Oh, didn't have a motion, that's right. And we're going to Councillor Meyer for the motion.
It's finally my turn. Thank you. The Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2730/S/25, a bylaw to amend solid waste management bylaw 267/S/19.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Any questions, comments, debate on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just want to provide some food for thought. Certainly supportive of this. I'm excited that this has come forward. I know this is something that's been important for residents. Since our first reading, I have taken a couple of calls or had a couple of conversations around the restriction to 120 liters when we already have the 240, and the question of, well, how come I can't choose one or the other, which I think is a fair ask. Certainly as council, that was discussed and debated at this table, and as a council, we've decided to, or as a decision of council, sorry, decided to move forward with the 120 liter bin, but certainly through that conversation, we also know there will be opportunity in the future to review, reflect, and potentially make changes should they be required. So just some feedback that I've received, but certainly supportive of moving this forward this evening.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any other questions, comments, and debate? See none. I'm happy this has come forward, and I'm looking forward to the support tonight. Call the question, all in favor? Okay. That is carried. Moving on to second reading. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Loyens, go ahead.
Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2730/S/25.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, and debate on second reading? Call the question, all in favor? Okay. And that is carried. And we're going on to Councillor Plechko for unanimous consent, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2730/S/25.
Okay, and for those that are new to our process, if council deals with a bylaw first, second, and third reading in a single evening, we have to have unanimous consent of the members of council before we go to third reading. So I'll call the question, all in favor? That is carried. Moving on to Councillor Hassard for third reading.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2730/S/25.
Any last comments? Thank you, administration, for bringing this forward, and thank you for listening to what council has kind of spoke about over the years, and that debate on the 14th to come up with a bylaw that is amended that allows us to reach those goals. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Right, so that's finished. We're moving on to 8.3, which is then another bylaw that deals with the fees and charges to support the solid waste management bylaw amendment. Go ahead, administration.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. As a result of the information provided on the July 14th and the motion this evening regarding the waste management bylaw amendments, the fees and charges bylaw is being presented as amended this evening. The amendments are in line with the changes in the waste management program and new fees, which will be effective October 1st, 2025, to ensure operational capacity for implementation and time for residents to enroll in the additional service if requested.
Thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review. Any questions, comments on the solid fees? Councilor Loyens?
I think, maybe I'm wrong, but the additional waste cart and delivery fee went up in price compared to what we were told to in first reading of the actual change. Am I?
Go Go ahead,
saying
Ms.
that's 140?
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes, it is 140 in total, so that includes the $50 administration fee and then the mandatory $90 fee by the vendor.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Councillor Loynes. That was one of the questions that I had. I don't know if it warrants a little bit of clarity there for residents to know that that's the administration fee and the delivery fee or not, but certainly appreciate the clarity. The second thing I did want to note is that the wording here is each additional waste cart pickup per unit per month. My understanding is that it was limited to one additional cart per resident, and with the phrasing of each, makes it sound like residents could have more than two potentially. And so I know that's semantics, but just for clarity, wanted to ask that question.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, because the additional cart fee is also for organics, there could be plural as two.
Okay. Can you ask the question again, because I think if we're looking at the one that says additional $10, so that is for institutional facilities. So is that the line
So
you're
I
looking at?
think we were speaking specifically today about the waste carts. I believe that institutional facilities already could ask additional organics, but we didn't make that option available for single residential properties unless they were 2 acres in size. Sorry, I'm looking for some clarity. I think it was 2 acres in size anyway, where the next item, each additional waste cart pickup, specific to waste cart, again, has the wording of each, which I could interpret it as being more than more than 2, and the one additional. We're saying each additional. And so, again, just looking for some clarity on the wording there.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson and the rest of the council. I guess I'll just start and say I appreciate I think I heard a comment about semantics of it. And I believe that is the case here. You know, the rates are referencing the solid waste bylaw, which makes it very clear that you can only have one, you know, lays out the exact details of where you can and where you can't and so on and so forth, as council just passed. So what I believe we can probably do is just monitor if we get that sort of question or confusion coming through, because ultimately this is just a reference to what's allowed in the previous bylaw that council passed, and it's clear what is and what is not allowed in that bylaw. That'll be my interpretation of it at this point, Your Worship.
Okay. I think there might be some clarity if we can ask the question of how many organic carts or waste carts can an institutional facility have?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. For our organics waste carts, there is provide one 240-liter waste carts. Waste carts are one 240 standard to folks, that if the resident wants their standard service, it's a 240-liter waste cart. If they request an exchange, we will exchange to 120. Or if they would request additional, we will provide one 120-liter on top of the standard 240 for a total of 360 liters of waste per biweekly pickup.
Okay, so here's the question. So the question is on page 95 of our agenda package, and it goes to the solid waste and fees. Councillor Addison, you can correct me if I kind of read it wrong, but under the middle of the description for solid waste building says each additional organics and waste cart. Is that what you're looking at here?
The next line, actually,
Right.
where it says each additional waste cart pickup per unit per month. And so we have one that you referenced, Mr. Mayor. If we go to page 96, it actually is a little bit clearer because institutional facilities is in black, and then the red line version adds, which is the addition for the additional waste cart, each additional waste cart pickup per unit per month. And even that per unit per month would seem to suggest that you could have more than one unit. And so, you know, I think if we're moving forward and we're trying to bring clarity to the options that are presented, additional waste cart pickup, $15. right? The bylaw already specifies they can only have the one, but when we add the additional verbiage of each and per unit per month, there's an implication there that residents could have more than 2 waste carts on their property, which we know isn't the case as per the previous bylaw that was just passed. So just my thoughts there.
Okay, thank you. So I guess does the word each additional mean that they can have additional, then more than one? Or it should be just smooth, it says additional waste cart pickup?
Your worship, you mean a couple things. So I think if we're just talking about the word each, we could probably just remove that as a clerical commentary, so to speak. So,
Okay.
if council's comfortable with that, I guess I would say I don't know that it makes a difference. Additional weight or each, the definition, we could debate the definitions, but it would reflect back to the bylaw, which is clear about what's allowed and what is not.
Okay.
But having said all that, we can just delete the word each. We would likely look through all of them and see if there's any other spots there where it pops up and just try to keep it uniform one way or the other.
Okay, sounds good.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, I just would add then, if we're making that clerical change, that we also remove per unit per month, because there's an implication there that it could be multiple as well.
Okay, Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, just very quickly on that one, I would not remove that because there can be multiple residential units on one lot, and which would, I believe, come on one bill potentially, because there would only be one tax roll number. I'm not 100% sure. I'd leave that to administration for clarity, but I just very cautious on that. What I do want to say, though, is the formatting on this is relatively confusing because we also have a section that is called additional fees. And it has each additional organics cart for residential lots greater than 0.2 hectares, 5 acres per unit per month, up to $10. But that also appears in the solid waste billing section. And so I think there's a duplicate there. I feel like the amendment to the fees and charges bylaw that we're looking at refers to additional fees. We're only talking about if you are adding a new cart. Which would be an additional fee on top of the standard fees that we set. And so if we're looking at formatting changes, I think that's a format change that we absolutely should be addressing. Number one, remove the duplication for the organic waste cart for institutional facilities, because I don't understand why it would exist in both spaces unless administration can provide me with a reason for that. And then I would recommend that these are additional fees, not our standard fees. And so the new fees, the additional waste cart pickup should appear under additional fees, not under our solid waste billings standard fees, or we should just remove the additional fees section altogether and just list all the potential fees. One way or the other, I think there's a formatting challenge and a verbiage challenge. I don't think it changes any of the intent, so I'd be comfortable still moving ahead with the bylaw this evening with the understanding that administration would take a review of that and make the formatting a little clearer for residents.
Okay, Councillor Hansard?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make clear that we did discuss those homes that have a legal secondary suite, whether it's under the roof of the main dwelling or a garage apartment or something like that on a separate building on the same property. We did discuss that those extra units of housing on those properties could warrant another cart for waste, if I'm not mistaken. Could someone please speak to that and clarify?
Yes, I think you're 100% accurate there, Councillor Hansard. So those that have a legal secondary suite has the ability to get the additional carts for the secondary unit.
And they will pay the extra fees?
Yeah, same as the fourplexes and duplexes that we have on one lot. There's 2 units there, and then so they're allowed to have, one each. So there's 2 on that lot. So you're correct.
Okay.
Okay, going back, I guess there's some verbiage here. I'm not too sure. So in terms of the fees and charges, I think I understand what the town manager said, that our solid waste management bylaw is the overarching bylaw that controls how many people can, what people can have, and the fees schedule supports that. So in terms of what we've heard today, does each per month change the verbiage? Like, how can we make it so that we understand that it is for one additional unit, for one registered unit, not additional?
Yeah, Your Worship, maybe I'm just trying to help council get along to a point where we can move this forward. You know, again, we can review for the word. If we're just moving one word like each, I think that's clerical. We can probably just achieve it that way. You know, further than that, what we would take under advisement, as council's well aware, these come in every year, whether directly, specifically on one thing, or just at the end of the year as part of corporate plan process, ultimately brings the fees and charges there. So I can tell you that the staff will be, you know, reviewing it in its entirety, you know, over the next couple of months, and we can bear in mind some of the comments, you know, regarding additional or solid waste or you know, how it's presented, and recommend any changes, you know, in the fall as part of the corporate plan process.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Councilor Anderson, are you okay with this, seeing where this goes, and then when we review it in the fall when we do the fees and charges again, because this is again coming back up during the corporate plan? Yes, sir. Okay, so okay, we're good with, as administration can monitor it, if there is any questions, concerns regarding that verbiage, then that can be brought back to council during the corporate plan when we do the fees and charges for 2026 calendar year. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, that's good. Definitely support the motion. Thank you, administration, for providing this and updating the fees and charges so that we can go ahead and get our residents registered and signed up for additional smaller bin, or to replace their larger bin for a smaller bin. So, thank you. We're going to Councilor Hansard. Now we're going back to Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2729/G/25, a bylaw to amend fees and charges bylaw 2709/G/24 to amend solid waste fees.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Second reading, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2729/G/25.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments, debate? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. On to unanimous consent, Councilor Meyer.
The Town Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2729/G/25.
Okay, thank you. And if council deals with three readings in one sitting, there has to be unanimous consent from the members of council that are present. So I'll call the question, all in favor of unanimous consent? That's carried. Councilor Loynes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2729/G/25.
Okay. Last questions, comments? Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to bylaws, which we're looking at number 8.4, which is the bylaw 2728. And this is then a land use amendment for the Old Town School site. And again, this is first reading on this land use amendment. Administration, as soon as you're logged in, you may start your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're here to present the first reading for bylaw 2728 LUO 25. This is the Old Town South School Site Land Use Bylaw Amendment. As mentioned earlier tonight, this falls under the land development tier for the land use planning framework in Stony Plain, dealing with land use bylaw, subdivision, and servicing. This site is located, as mentioned earlier, in the Old Town South vicinity. It's the area highlighted here. For reference, the recreation center that's currently being built is just to the south, which is just north of Westview School. The Brickyard neighborhood is just to the west and north. The Glen Hall Centennial Arena, outdoor rink, Millennial baseball diamonds, outdoor pool, and Spray Park are all to the east and kind of southeast there. And the French School temporary location is just here, located just south of 55th Avenue. In terms of what's being proposed, we're going from a P1 Parks District to a P2 Community Services District. And this is to specifically allow for a school site, which is a permitted use under the land use bylaw. Just showing the current and the proposed land use bylaw maps. As you can see here, the green is the Parks Districts, the blue is the Community Services or the P2 district. This would just take an area of a larger P1 site and carve out that area that would be the French school site in the future. If council so gives us permission, administration permission, we would advertise this with a potential public hearing date of September 22nd, which would allow second and third reading and ultimately the bylaw to be decided upon by council. Thank you. Questions and comments are ready. Bye.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Members of council, questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, in regards to the rec center and its future phases, how does the potential of the school going here affect that?
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor, certainly, excuse me, where we're currently building to the east of that property is scheduled for an aquatic center, and to the north there has been some conversation related to arena. However, there also has been in the same conversation school and institution. So at this point, the institution is coming forward first, and the arenas would be another conversation that we would have at a later date.
Yeah. Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to earlier conversation around traffic, with the two schools, rec center, on sort of that same stretch, just looking for some clarity and conversation around what we can expect to see. I believe right now it's 2-lane, one each way there on Brickyard Drive. So how does that flush out with the expected increase of traffic with the rec center and the possibility of an additional school?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council, a TIA was recently done that looks at the traffic along Brickyard Drive. My understanding of that study is that it has shown that basically future monitoring around 50th Avenue and 57th Avenue would be required. And ultimately, the traffic that flows up, like north and south down Brickyard Drive, would be accommodated in consideration of the Westview School, the Recreation Center, and the potential for this French school site to be located here, given the parameters that we are aware of the school board has provided, all of which were included in the TIA when we commissioned it.
Thank you for that. I know on Veterans Boulevard, Mayor Choi had mentioned some of the future drawings actually had illustrated the potential for sort of a turn lane at key intersections. Is that something we would anticipate seeing here, one lane of travel each way with a turn lane into some of those major facilities, or would residents be turning directly off the drive lane into those three centers?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, so if I understand the question correctly, you're asking if there would be a dedicated turn lane into the proposed parcel?
Yeah, and potentially the rec center and Westview School. Certainly these amenities will have traffic that isn't there now, and our residents in the travel lane or people in the travel lane going to be waiting as people are trying to turn into those amenities, or will there be a dedicated turn lane so they can move out of the drive lane, my apologies, and the rest of the traffic can continue on north and south?
Through your worship, Councillor Anderson, thank you for the clarification. So those details are, again, those are things that we look at when those are questions that we look at when we're closer to a full-on construction and we're working at the engineering stage. At this time, as the manager made mention, we have taken a look at the whole site with respect to the future amenities going in there, the potential implications of what information we do have from the school board, and there aren't, what's being shown to us is there's no indications that there's an issue right now. It does encourage that as this area builds out, because I know it out well, there's a lot of good interest in that area for many good reasons that we'll have to keep updated on it, and that will, again, going back to my earlier answer when we were talking about the other item, we have lots of ways to review and make interventions if needed. Now, I can't speak to if there will be a dedicated lane per se, but our rec center does have plans for egress for the vehicles and the drop-offs that are going to happen. There isn't a dedicated turn lane for that, but there is, as we look at the types of traffic and the full build-out, which the school is working with the town on what they expect to do. Those are questions that we would ask them and work with them. We don't like to prescribe facilities at the planning stage of what will or won't go, but we do like to work with them on once we have a clearer picture, what are we going to need to make the area a success?
Good. Thank you. Moving on to Councilor Pechko.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I want to go back to the recreation center, the discussion we were having on that. Has there been consideration given to other pieces of property? I get that you just said that it's come forward first, but I think the plan that we have in place for the recreation complex that we have really took care of that land in that portion of it. So I'm wondering, is there another spot in here that we could continue to do? What is the cost associated with changing the plan that we currently have, if there was funding available at any point in time, to reallocate the lands in that neck of the woods for the future developments of the recreation complex?
Okay. Go ahead.
Your worship, through to Councillor Plechko, certainly the current design of the rec facility that's being constructed today has contemplation or has made considerations for an aquatic center to be added to the current structure that is being completed. That plan doesn't include the addition of hockey rinks to that particular building. So that does provide us the opportunity to make a different decision related to ice. We do have the Glen Hall to the east of the parcel that we're discussing this evening. There is ample land there to potentially twin or do more work. We also have the Old Town South plan, which we're starting some heavy work on what that might look like in the next 20 to 30 years. And we have looked at this site as a bit of a recreation hub with respect to the ball diamonds could be relocated to other places. So I think it's a bit of when we're ready to build ice, there would be a more robust conversation with respect to, does it situate itself best in this location? Is there another place in the community where another facility that is specific to ice makes more sense? At this point, the school is coming forward and we do have this land available and the opportunity to place that institution in something that I think complements the recreation facility plus their school on the other end, and bookending the rec facility is for council to debate this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Loyens, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know this will be further on in planning, but out of curiosity, because I know there's costs associated with it, around 51st Street and 55th Ave, there were stop signs put in place that were both English and French. If by potentially moving the Francophone school to a new location, first off, what happens to said stop signs? Because again, this isn't going to happen overnight, so they would need to be replaced. Would new ones be placed all throughout the Brickyard and around Westview School that would be French and English as well? Or what is the plan moving forward for that inclusivity?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship, the Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the question. So we haven't planned for that as of yet, but it is it is a good question. We can that we would likely plan for something that we could do similar to that. It was a welcome thing, I understand, from the school when we made those changes. Sign changes are things that we can do once we have a clear picture of how the site's going to actually be developed and the timelines that we're looking at. And those are things that we can consider down the line. It wouldn't be something that would be onerous for us to look into as we work with them.
Councillor Hansberry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to make a comment along the lines that Councillor Palechko did. I'm looking at this piece of land there with the Westview School, the rec center, this highlighted area in red. To the east of that, we've got the arena, the outdoor pool spray park, and the site was the former curling rink. Where do we actually see the second phase of the rec center being built? Second phase is aquatics, correct? Do we have an idea, the piece of land that might be located on?
Administration, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard, certainly the property that the rec facility is currently being built on will accommodate that second phase.
So there's room there for the aquatic center?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, that answers that. And might this be a site that the French school would be interested in, or it doesn't have to be designated, or we don't have to think of it in terms of an age bracket for what school this might be?
Your Worship, I believe, if I may be asked in case our planning team wants to correct me, but the zoning designation would not necessarily be specific to age bracket for, K to 6 or K to 12 or so on and so forth. I think some of the development regulations that would come into play, depending on the size of a school and the ages, would differentiate somewhat there. But yeah, so the current and historic dialogue with Centre Nord was that we would be identifying sites for their future school builds, and as such, in order to the impetus for this being in the council chambers is also to be ready for and to line up with site readiness requirements of the Government of Alberta when it comes to school builds as well. So that's part of why this is in the chambers this evening.
Okay. Thank you. I think that takes care of my concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What, if any, other sites were considered before this specific site was chosen?
Okay. Administration.
Your Worship, I can speak to that too. Other sites, we did not look too far and wide other than in this specific area for that particular school. Again, just to fit within the general notion, policy framework for Old Town South as educational, recreational, community gathering area. And again, as when we go and look into the overall picture, but then getting into the specifics of that site and this particular instance, again, our work on this particular area is to be ready for school approvals, for one thing. And this one is both, as council's well aware, I guess I'll say, the infrastructure is there, the roadways, water, utilities, so on and so forth are all being installed for other things in the area, but specifically for that site as well. Not connections, so to speak, like direct connections, as we wouldn't know those until such time as we saw building designs and so on and so forth, but main lines and trunk lines and so on. So short answer, we were looking in this area, and that is just an acceptable site that's easily actioned, so to speak.
Thank you for that, and I certainly appreciate that. The reason I asked the question is actually in the same image in the bottom right-hand corner. We have what I believe to be the old Stony Plain Central school site there, and that was the wonder that I had if that site that formerly housed the school had been considered for a francophone school as well, and so that's where the question came from.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Without making it overly complicated, just to make sure I'm clear on what was just said, we're designating this a school site with the French school in mind, but in theory, it could be getting ready for any potential school?
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer, that is correct. This is just setting up zoning so that it can be any community service, but the intentional focus here is a school site and, if possible, the French school site.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, see now, we'll move on to motion for first reading. Councillor Pletchko.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2728/LUO/25, a bylaw to amend land use bylaw 2719/LUO/25, and that a public hearing be scheduled for September 22nd, 2025.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Administration, thank you for the presentation for first reading. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion to accept for first reading and then move to schedule a public hearing for September 22nd? Yep. Okay, seeing none, I do not see any reason why we should not, so I'm definitely looking forward to hearing some of the comments. And I think, looking at this, have to do a little deeper dive into the location and where we're planning and some of the comments regarding Old Town South to be considered over at second and third readings. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Right, so moving on to business items. We have business item number 9.1. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council accept the Heritage Agricultural Society update for information and direct administration to consider the funding request during the 2026 to 2028 corporate plan.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, you had the opportunity to hear the presentation. We asked quite a few questions for clear understanding to Melissa Hartley. She answered them, so here is the follow-up to that, is that we accepted the presentation, and then there was a request for an additional $20,000 to help reduce the costs so that they can do the matching grant. And that will be considered at the 2026, 2027, 2028 corporate plans. Questions, comments, debate? Councilor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to be careful when I ask this, because I'm not implying that I want to see the Heritage Society fail or anything to that prospect, but I'm kind of curious. Mrs. Hartley did mention that they would be a significant hole in their budget, and I'm not sure that that would be a significant enough to end the society or anything like that. But I am curious, what is the scenario if the society were to be in deep financial trouble and had to fold? What would happen to their assets?
There's quite a few avenues there, definitely being a heritage agricultural society. One of the options is to fold to the province, and the other option was probably would fold to the town. But I'll ask the town manager to provide a little more clarity on that, because I believe those are the two avenues that I've seen with other heritage ag societies.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would, I guess, just support, as the mayor's indicated, those would be two avenues, I guess, or two pathways that you could see a Heritage Ag Society going. With just the caveat would be that the discontinuance of a registered nonprofit, or in this case a Heritage Ag Society, which is a different legal entity than a nonprofit but similar, you'd have to I mean, there will be some process to go through ownership and so on and so forth. Who does or does not assume liabilities, who does or does not assume assets, and so on and so forth. So I would just support those are likely the two of the avenues that would be available, but it would be more complex than that.
Okay.
I mean, I asked the question because, as kind of has been mentioned here, it ultimately could fall into our laps. So I think like I say, I don't think we're necessarily at risk of that happening, but certainly it does speak to a certain level of responsibility that we do have for this property as well as the society. So I'm inclined to think that that this is a good investment and for a good society in our community. So I'm inclined to support the motion.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Pletchko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration. General question would be, because we're a partner in the society, can you speak to that a little bit, how not supporting something of funding would look for the community that's a partner in something?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll maybe try the first question first. But also, if the General Manager of Strategic Services feels the need to correct me, please do so, because I'm not 100% sure. When you use the term partner, again, there'll be a difference between, are we a partner with them? Yes. We work with them. Members of council sit on the board. You get into the, the legal question of are we legally liable? Are we a partner that way? And to use those words, I think the answer is no. I don't believe that we are a legal entity as such, registered member, corporate member of their society. We'd have to double check that. Not hearing anything different? Yeah. So we'd have to double check that, but that's what I believe, and we can clarify that a little bit. And then just the second question, Councillor Pletchko, second half of that question.
Yeah, so how would that look being a partner? And the reason I referenced a partner, earlier in the conversation, she made reference to you that we were a partner in that. So I'm trying to look for the clarification of partner. I've sat on that board and I'm not sure I understood the partnership the way she explained it in our meeting. So I'm looking for some clarity on that, I guess is what I'm looking for. And it's in reference to the 300,000 that we put in.
Yeah, so again, I go a little bit my memory, a little bit by just, perspective and understanding. So, I can tell you there's no legal partnership in reference to that funding and the understanding, so to speak, that was spoken about this evening. There has been what we could, would be considered exchange of written material that indicates as such or speaks to the intent and so on and so forth. So there is, that would be in place. But again, if you're to go strict understanding of a legal definition of partner or limited corporation or I'll just say limited corporation or legal contractual arrangement between the two parties, I would say generally the answer to that is no. It's not created that way.
Okay, so
both the Heritage Ag Society or, some of our work with them. We do have operating agreements, which I believe the General Manager can probably speak to better than I, that, have a legal binding, on what operations are and so on and so forth, some of that stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer. No need for the last question that I had involved in it. I think you've spoke to what we need to know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We go to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am a little challenged in the way that this has come forward. There seems to be a lot of gaps in the information and kind of how this project has come to be. There's some challenges in how it's been managed since the infrastructure requirements were identified in 2016. There's gaps in where unrestricted reserve funding seems to have been spent and timelines that don't seem to add up. But I'm looking back at page 30 in our council package, which is the outline of the Heritage Building roof repair. And I'm doing the math in my head here and it's still not working out because it states that they received the $100,000 infrastructure grant from the government of Alberta requiring matching funds. I also went back in the meeting minutes because I was on the board at the time that this was, and the meeting minutes actually specifically state that the matching funds are already secured, which was very interesting, and I've got that snippet if we do require it. So obviously, there's been a change there. But as we go down, it then states, so I'm looking at this as, it's $200,000. There was an additional $100,000 required if they did not receive, or the matching funds. So when I go down, then it talks about the additional $49,177 needed. Ms. Hartley identified $50,000 from reserves, which to me would approximately line up to that $200,000, 50 plus 49,177. Requesting 20 from ourselves, 20 from the county, with funding the additional $9,000. But then it says $156,635 fully paid. And I am not sure where that number comes from, because if that is what the total project cost was, then we're talking approximately $75,000 for the matching, which would lead only $25,000 required if there was $50,000 in reserves being used. That 25, in this theory, would be split in half, which again exceeds the ask. But then further, underneath this, we now see an additional $11,227 for the masonry work, okay? And then it says upon completion, the project will exceed the budget by $67,862. But nowhere in here do I see what the initial budget was, what was approved, what the final budget amount is expected to be, how much is being covered out of reserves, how much is it's very, very unclear. And I'm struggling, and I'm challenged here, because again, as I go back, starting from that 2016 report, in looking at the financials, it's unclear how this was managed from 2016 to today. If these were identified infrastructure repairs, I would expect to see an infrastructure reserve. I would have expected to see a funding plan. I would have expected to see a work plan in place to manage this, not just an ad hoc, well, hopefully we get some money, we'll throw it. To receive $100,000, state in your minutes that you have secured the matching, but over a year later come forward to say you don't have the matching dollars, to have gone forward and spent the money on the project and then ask for the money afterwards and hoping to receive it. I mean, again, what happens if they don't? They have to pay the $100,000 back to the government of Alberta for not obtaining the matching funds. It's put us in a rock and a hard place, because now we're talking about not just them being short potentially $50,000, we're talking about them being short $150,000. And that's not counting on the fact that the county may or may not say no. If the county says no, does our ask increase to $40,000 rather than the 20? Because we're being asked that the county share in this, but we don't have an answer from the county. We can't speak for the county. We certainly can't provide that approval. Again, an identified $191,000 in unrestricted reserve in the 23 audited financial statements, and being told that with the provision of $50,000 to this project, that reserve balance is now at zero. And yet the facility achieved a positive in their financial statements for this year, for the last fiscal year. So I'm very hard pressed this evening with this motion that's in front of us, because before directing administration to consider the funding request for the corporate plan, I feel that I need to understand the fiscal picture and the fiscal path that has led to this ask. And I don't understand that right now. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I don't have the clarity, and I don't think that can be achieved this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, just wanted to clarify on what the motion is for. It is to accept the presentation, and it's also to direct administration to provide that option for members of council. So like in the past, when we deal with corporate planning, usually, for example, the Heritage Ag Society, Red Brick Common, has usually a 3 to 5 year contract with the town of Swain Plain, which has built-in increases of about, I think, 3% in their operating revenue that we give them. Anything above that is separate on a line item for us, for councils to move in or out of the budget. So if we wanted to add this $20,000, it's not here. It is during corporate plan.
Point of clarity, Your Worship. So again, the motion reads, direct administration to consider the funding request during the 26-28 corporate plan. 100% clear. We are directing them to consider that $20,000. What I'm stating and what I just stated is that before I can direct administration to consider that funding request, I need to understand the existing funding. I need to understand the existing project, because without that understanding, I don't know how I can direct administration to consider an additional funding request. I know we're not making the decision on the funding.
Right, and then maybe those questions would have been better asked earlier tonight when we had the director.
Thank you. I asked Ms. Hartley for clarification on many of those items and did not receive it.
She said, okay, we'll go to Councillor Hansard, and then we'll go to Councillor Anderson.
Okay.
Oh, yes, sorry.
First of all, we're only being asked to put it in front of council for corporate planning. We get to make the decision when we're considering the corporate plan. So we had an explanation that some find inadequate for this evening. But that doesn't mean we can't consider it in the future during corporate planning and strip it right to the ground if necessary. That is not a problem during the corporate plan. The issue for me is she made very clear that they borrowed from Peter to pay Paul to get the roof done so that they didn't lose the $100,000. That would be a stupid thing had they just handed that $100,000 back and said, we can't raise the other 49 because we've been turned down by 2 other organizations. The human mind and a board of directors, human minds, will come up with something. We are one suggested place for the multi to come for the funding. She didn't hide the fact that the work needed to be done. They had the 100, they borrowed from one fund to get the job done, and now they're asking for that to be able to come back to them to put in that fund, whatever that was for. From my viewpoint, oh heavens, you see much in 20 years. The multi has been before council in years past for a lot more money than that. $250,000 extra above that year's budget one time. And it was a struggle, but the council of the day supported them. We put demands on them. The council appointee, that was me at the time, had to sit in a session where we had to dig into our finances and we had to all face ourselves. It was a very interesting exercise because even then there were some who wanted to point their fingers at others, but a few were willing to look at ourselves. And then we were able to work through it. Now, why do I bother to give that little piece of history? You might fold an organization like this over $250,000 beyond the year's budget ask. You don't fold an organization like this over a $20,000 shortfall. But we have done this in the past with other things. We can move it to administration to come before council. Some of us will be there, maybe some of us won't. To come before our council of the day in the corporate budget. That's when we strip it like this. We don't fail to move it forward to that point tonight because we want to go in a real deep dive on the financing. So what, I just want to make very, very clear. It makes no sense that they would have given the $100,000 back, which came close to covering the replacement of the roof. Is it not true that in the replacement of the roof, they ran into a couple of problems that had to be rectified, which caused this extra money to be needed? So what did they do? They paid for that so they could finish the roof. Now they have a bit more piecework to complete it, and now we have a secure roof on that. I'll guarantee you this. To take this building back from the town, for the town, should the multi be folded, the Heritage Agricultural Society be folded, we lose them. We now take on an entity that's going to cost us a heck of a lot more than any $20,000 or $40,000. A lot more money. And that makes no sense to me either. So from my viewpoint, I am very much in support of moving this to the next stage, which is to allow the council of the day to consider this in the corporate plan. Enough has been said here tonight and from the table and in questioning everything to give administration the heads up on what this particular council thinks is important. The next council comes forward, they might not regard this as a big problem. But then maybe they won't have the collective knowledge and experience and memory of what's gone on before. So the point is, we should move this forward tonight. There won't be much, but should there be wisdom on this council, which convinces me I'd have to vote against sending this for second major look during corporate planning, I will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councilor Hansard. So we'll go to Councilor Loynes, their Deputy Mayor, then Councilor Anderson, then Councilor Pechko. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So through you to administration, where would this $20,000 come from in the corporate plan?
As of right now, nowhere. If
it were to go through to ask a minute, they will bring back corporate plan and they will tell us where it would come from. Where essentially would $20,000 come from if this were to be supported?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes, we would certainly look at funding options before presenting to council. You know, certainly the most likely option would be either a reserve or an operating tax-based increase. Okay. Those are the initial options that I can present to you at this point, but we would look at all options for funding for this.
Appreciate that. And then if I can, Your Worship, to the board representative, has it been discussed as to when this money needs to be in hand, or is the 26-28 corporate plan enough notice?
Councilor Anderson.
Thank you. I was trying to jump in on this a little bit earlier, so I appreciate the chance to speak to it. You know, I can't speak for the future, but some of the questions that have been asked around the council table this night were the very same questions that I asked when this was first presented to the board, and my colleagues on the board had similar concerns. So I think there's a couple of pieces that I can add that I hope will shed some clarity. There is some numbers here that don't specifically line up for me either, but I didn't see the contract that was awarded for the numbers here either. And so, you know, certainly I will circle back and bring some of these questions and bring a report back to council that hopefully provides clarity to the specific numbers. In terms of the $100,000, there's going to be no need to give it back. The comment that was made this evening by Ms. Hartley was a little bit cryptic in that it was rob Peter, pay Paul sort of thing. But they've essentially emptied their reserves to ensure that this moves forward. And so what they're asking for is to be able to replenish part of that so that they can continue to move forward on other elements of the conservation plan, have a little bit in their unrestricted reserve, should something else of an emergent nature come up. And so it's not a matter of if we don't give this $20,000, they're going to fold. It's not a matter of if we don't give $20,000, they're going to have to return the $100,000. That's off the table. But what they're trying to do is establish a base that will help them move forward with some of the other items that are on that plan that Councilor Lori had mentioned in terms of the conservation plan. Now, I've only sat on this committee for less than a year. I haven't thoroughly reviewed that conservation plan, where some of the dollars have gone prior to my term on council and that sort of thing. But I think those are questions that bear consideration and deserve answers. And so that's where my commitment to the table here this evening is to say, you know, we're not in danger of folding. You know, that has been covered through reserve, but they are trying to have some of that back again, barring an emergent situation. The questions around the specific dollars, the questions around, I think it was 190,000-ish, I believe, were the numbers that were mentioned in the unrestricted reserve previously. There were a couple of plans that, or projects that Ms. Hartley had mentioned that she shared, utilized those resources. Now, whether that was its entirety, or whether there was a portion left over that they've then moved forward for the roof project, I'm not sure. But again, those are things that I certainly can circle back on. So to reassure council, you know, all things considered, to my knowledge, it's not a matter of folding or returning dollars. It's just how they move forward with the conservation plan. With that being said, I will commit to meeting with our board, and we will try to get answers to some of those questions. We are, as mentioned previously, going into strategic planning in early October, and that will happen prior to the next election. And so I'll be able to provide council a report moving forward on their strategic direction. You know, what they have in place was sort of the beginning of this specific council term, and that's the strategic direction that Ms. Hartley has been actioning on behalf of the board. Certainly their fiscal reality has changed, and she's talked about the loss of staff and so on. And I think the new strategic planning process will bear that out, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward with a strategic plan that council has confidence in. But certainly will bring that forward to council as it, you know, comes available to us. With that being said, I would echo Councillor Hansard's comments this evening that I do think it's prudent for us to move this forward this evening. And with that being said, prior to it coming back during corporate planning, I've committed to providing council with a report that identifies where that unrestricted reserve has been spent and on which projects, and what that new strategic plan will look like, and the board's plan to move forward with a reduced contingent of staff. And so I think we can have those things back to the table prior to corporate planning so that we can give this full consideration.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because that's contradictory to what was presented to us. It was presented as, if we don't have it, we have to return it. So I appreciate your clarification.
Okay. Thank you. And then we'll go to Councilor Pletchko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now you can hear me. Sorry about that. I hate these buttons. I'm just going to make small comments, because I think some of the things that is evident tonight is the concern for the multi. Not so much in getting rid of it, it's how it becomes sustainable. And I know that sustainability has been on the table for quite some time, going back to my first term when I sat on that board. It was a $300,000 ask. I remember that very clearly. Wasn't quite explained truly what the $300,000 was for at this meeting, but it was to bail them out from an aspect that was poorly managed. So when I sit here tonight and I look at what's presented for us, I think that speaks a little bit to how the place is functioning and running. And I think more tonight what we need to do is, we've all expressed concern for this society. We all know that it contributes to our town, and we all know that it needs more help. So rather than sitting here tonight trying to figure out how we don't give them $20,000, I think we've made it clear to administration tonight that we need to work through that process to be able to come up with a proper way to get this place back in shape. And part of that is through a board member that will sit on it. And we all get an opportunity to see the reports, have conversations with the board member, and he knows, or she knows, depending on who it is at the time, what the will of council is. But we're also coming up to an election, people, where all of us could be replaced at the table or none of us could be replaced at the table. So what's important now is that administration be directed to look at ways to possibly fund this. It will come back in our corporate plan in December, when we all come back to council, and we'll have an all chance to go through this and battle it. So those that are here, I would encourage you to make sure that those that are new understand it clearly. And if none of us are here, I would encourage administration to make sure that they let the new council know what was a consideration for their previous council. So tonight, rather than trying to shoot this down or looking for ways to defer this or put it on the table for later dates, I think what we need to do is support the motion that's here tonight to move this to administration for the 2026-2028 corporate plan and see what they feel and where it comes in. They will go back to the Heritage Ag and say, hey, these are all the questions that you're going to have to answer if you want to pass this through the next council that's coming here. So we all get a chance to debate that. If you're back at council, or the new council coming in will get a chance to debate it. So I think really, truly, tonight is the night where we put this forward to administration. We allow them to move this forward. And at this point in time, unless somebody tells me something distant, I'm in full support of moving this to administration to move this forward.
Thank you for your comments. I think everyone has spoken on this motion, except for me, so I will speak at this point in time. And I do understand some of the concerns that have been spoken and some of the comments made by members of council. Definitely, there's no consideration of actually approving $20,000 to the Heritage Ag Society. It is a motion that sends to staff to put it on a piece of paper on the side like we did with the Pioneer Museum and all those other requests that come in. And it's at that time, council will do the full debate, and hopefully some of those questions that are raised here is answered. We all heard from the council appointee, which is Councillor Anderson, has taken those notes down, and will bring it back to the next board meeting and at the next AGM and strat planning, which is in early October. And he's also said that he will have that report back to council before the election, so that will be with our current knowledge and also with the staff knowledge. So I am comfortable going forward with accepting the report as it is, and also then directing the administration to put aside $20,000 for council to consider in the 2026-2028 corporate plan. Okay, with that, I think we've all gone around everybody. So Councilor Anderson, you want to close?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate, again, the conversation. I will hopefully reassure council that the questions that have been asked deserve answers, and I will endeavor to find those answers in a timely manner. I do want to add, though, even not a direct parallel, but when we think about the TLC as a part owner there, certainly we have an operating agreement, but there are extenuating circumstances where they come back for larger infrastructure projects requiring additional dollars to help move those things forward. We've seen large numbers for things like air exchange units, and those have been considered by this council. And so certainly the Heritage Ag Society, didn't come and just ask for the full contingent of funding from us. They did their due diligence. They went and they secured some grant funding for half the project. They did have some in reserve that they were able to utilize to ensure that project came to fruition because it was desperately needed, and there was a chance if they didn't rob Peter to pay Paul, take that out of what was left in the reserve, from my understanding, in almost its entirety, that project wouldn't have gone ahead. And so certainly questions deserve answers, but I think history says we need to move this forward for due consideration at budget time.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Look around the hand. I don't see any hands up, so I'll call the question.
I had my hand up, you passed me by.
Okay.
So am I able to speak?
You are if you want to make a motion or talk
Thank you, Your
about this.
Worship. No, I had a simple question that I wanted to ask of administration because we keep getting referred back to the current board member bringing a report back to this council, but there is a reality that come budget time, which we are pushing this to, there may be 7 different people in this seat. So I have a simple question to administration that when this ask comes forward in the corporate plan, should this move forward past this motion, the questions that have been asked tonight, because there were several references to it, that administration will have those questions answered, administration will provide that information. Is the motion, the way the motion is written, sufficient to ensure that a report is provided in the corporate plan that answers the questions that have been asked this evening, that would be comprised of administration seeking information from the Heritage Agricultural Society and administration diarizing any reports that come back from the current board member?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Lori. I have taken notes on the information. We also have a recording of Council's commentary and questions that have been provided this evening. Certainly it helps to inform administration as far as our understanding of perspective and information seeking to help guide a decision of council when it comes to the corporate plan. So we will endeavor to ensure that information is provided to the best of our ability to ensure that we can inform a recommendation to council during corporate planning based on what has been discussed this evening. So thank you. I believe yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So again, with the motion written as it is, if administration is able to provide a summary of the questions that have been asked this evening, when this comes forward in the corporate plan to the council that is sitting in these chairs, makes me much more comfortable with this. Thank you.
Any more hands up? Anybody want to split the motion? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. That is carried. Okay, moving on to number 10, which is council discussion. So this is the time that council can update members of council on the current board meetings, et cetera, things that they've heard in the community and questions that they receive from residents to ask administration. We'll start with Councilor Pleshko. Anything to add?
Oh, you found me going through my book, looking for my notes.
Well, I got you.
Thought you'd surprise me, didn't you?
Yep.
Wrong answer.
But you got your notes. That's.
So tonight I have a question for community development, maybe. I've been asked at summer sessions this year about a Snow Angel program. Are you familiar with anything like that within our community where the seniors can go to an organization and find either a volunteer or somebody that can come shovel in the wintertime? I've had that asked a number of times.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Paleckko and the rest of Council, I'm not particularly aware of a Snow Angels program specifically within Stony Plain. I know Devon has had one for a number of years. Quite some time ago, Stony Plain did offer a volunteer matching service for people to shovel driveways. At some point in time, we moved away from doing the direct matching and shifted towards the Good Neighbor and Be Kind campaign. And so that's encouraging people, if they know that they have a neighbor who needs extra help, to encourage them to shovel driveways or find out if they can assist and support their neighbor in any way. So that's currently what we have underway.
So is that a program that we would direct seniors or anybody that may need that service to your office for direction to the organization?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Paleckko and all of Council, I'm not aware that there is actually a program. I can certainly find out and see what the team knows. And if there is, yes, absolutely, it would be one of the things that we would provide information on. The way I understand it is that it's more of a concept, more of a, some communities actually would have a matching Snow Angels program. Others would talk about be a snow angel and go out and be kind to your community and your neighbors.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, I have a second question.
Go ahead.
So the other question that I had posed to me a number of times this summer was, And I've had a bit of a conversation with our local RCMP detachment, so this will be for you, Mr. Hill. I'm wondering if there is a possibility through our corporate plan to look at direct funding. As I understand, we fund very well the local RCMP detachment out of the 3 local areas, probably the best of the 3. I'm wondering if through our corporate plan, if we might consider funding a special constable for specifically Stony Plain, where we look at something like that, where they can do patrols on a daily basis through our pass, can do, and maybe it's, to begin with, it's a summer program where they're out and amongst the people, and we see how that works, and then move into something that looks more full-time. So the question is special constable, pricing, and consideration.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Paleckko, certainly there's a couple of options that could be considered if council so desired. A peace officer, as we currently have. Certainly, some communities are moving more towards peace officers that have a specific designation or specific responsibility. So, Parkland County is an example. They've got guys, or peace officers that primarily are doing traffic, some that are doing the general bylaw, community standards, and the type of things that our officers do. Our officers right now are a bit rounded in terms of they do traffic safety, they do legislation related to animals and liquor, tobacco, plus our own bylaws that council have adopted. We can certainly hire peace officers to do that. We do have a summer staff that we hire a bylaw officer position that strictly focuses on bylaw. So they're out doing the bylaw enforcement during the summer months when it peaks related to unsightly and some of the higher files, animal control files. The other option is we can certainly talk to the RCMP about an enhanced position. So an enhanced position is a position over and above what has been allocated to the town of Stony Plain. So we currently have 19 positions that we pay for under contract. We can ask for an enhanced position and we can specify what that enhanced position is for 100%. So that's a higher cost option because an RCMP officer dedicated to a specific task in our community is an RCMP officer, and it comes at the same value as an RCMP officer across the board. If something was to go sideways, they would get taken away from that duty and they would move on and address that higher risk challenge at that time. If council wanted to look into that and had a desire for that, then certainly we would put forward some cost implications towards what that might look like. We would certainly like some clarity as to what exactly council is trying to accomplish with a specified position, and that would help us come up with the options for you.
Your Worship, if I can maybe just add a few more comments to that too, just for Councillor Paleckko's question, and then just generally to all of council too. So a couple other things I would just put into the perspective of that, of those comments. So, the other 2 things that jump to mind. It's sometimes a dialogue needs to be had with the detachment, with the detachment leadership, so on and so forth, about here's our concern, here's a problem we're seeing, and how do you, as the professional policing agency, propose to fix that or change that or shift that? So that's just a perspective I would add to it. And I know it's a little ways out, and I know I'm not sure where we're at exactly, but those are identifying those problems and then working a little bit there with the RCMP detachment, I would think would also fit the mandate of those newly created policing committees to give some more dialogue to that, to some more input and perspective from, I know there's council elected official reps on there and the community too. So again, not a direct answer to the question necessarily, but just some other considerations on public safety.
I greatly appreciate that, and thank you for all of that. The reason I bring it forward is I think it's a concern of our residents, and more so, when you talk about the CPOs, I think it's a presence that's lacking within our community that has the RCMP on it from the detachment that used to be here. So, one of the ways that I was talking to a couple of the members here was the enhancement program. So maybe it's something that council or future councillors that get on in the next little bit, that's something that you have a bit of dialogue with over the next little while, and maybe it is something that's considered. I don't don't believe that we're going to be asked for a lot of funding from them, but maybe there is a little bit in the next little bit that we could enhance that safety factor in our community. You know, and I get lots of what we're doing now is after hours, but, you know, just having the presence of somebody riding around in a bike during the day, or, you know, even towards evening till it gets a little bit darker, I think would enhance the safety and the feeling of a small community for what I've heard downtown this summer. So thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Pashko. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to put a reminder that school is scheduled to start next week, barring whatever happens this coming week with teachers and the association. So fingers crossed everything goes good for everybody and I get to send my kids to school on Tuesday. With that also being said, we are still under a heat warning for the rest of the week. Doesn't look like we're going to get much cloud coverage or cool weathers even in the evening. So just be aware of heat stroke and all the signs for that. But enjoy the nice weather because I know I will be. Enjoy.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Meyer?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just take the opportunity to inform council of maybe some things that are going on at the Pioneer Museum, because I'm sure nobody wants to hear about how I spent my summer, so that's not important. Anyhow, but it was nice. It hit the summer sessions. That was great, and so too were the Midsummer Thursdays. Those were a hit. So I mean, everybody made it to those. So, but the Pioneer Museum was successful in getting approval for their CFIP grant for $125,000. So that's big news for them. Unfortunately, they got that information just before they did or just after they did the budget. So they'll have to rework their whole numbers. We will be seeing the Pioneer Museum here shortly, September 2nd. They are coming to do a presentation, much like the Ag Society did today, although I do believe they won't be coming with a request, although I did, Councillor Hansard, tell them that you would ask them for that anyhow, so they'll have something prepared to ask you for. As well, actually very exciting news down there. They landed a couple of MacEwan University students, and they are biting off a 2-year project. One will be an Indigenous project, no details that I can quite share with you there, but the other one will be something of a Stony Plains Main Street through the ages. In theory, you'll be able to sit in a room and sort of the changes that occurred on Main Street will kind of pass you by in real time, so that's very exciting. But just some other announcements. Harvest Festival, September 20th, coming up. So that's always a good show. Encourage everyone to go down there and check that out. As well, if there's any Elvis fans, there is the fall fundraiser concert being held by the Pioneer Museum, October 3rd. Call David or anyone down at the Pioneer Museum for your tickets for that. And that's all I got to report to you.
Thank you, Councilor Meyer. We'll go to Councilor Hansard.
Your Worship, I just wanted to say that I thought summer sessions and Midsummer Thursdays were outstanding this year. And I know that it's a lot of work for our staff and Public Works, and but we all benefit from it. Our residents love it, and I hope these are programs that continue long into the future. Other than that, as we come to an end of August, it was wonderful to have a break, particularly from the mayor over the last 5 weeks. No, I love you all. But anyway, it was wonderful to have that break, and now we get back to work again.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple things that have been spoken to, so we'll jump over those. But quick note for the Parkland Food Bank Corporate Challenge. If you go to the Parkland Food Bank homepage, there's a link there to Corporate Challenge. And there's a number of businesses around town collecting food and donations to help our neighbor and friends who may be experiencing challenging financial times. And so if you are able, please take some time, take a look at what they're collecting, or if you're able to make a donation, the Parkland Food Bank would greatly appreciate that. And then finally, a shout out to our library staff. Had the opportunity to visit the library, had a bit of an impromptu tour, which was great, met some of the staff that run programs and so on, and just was absolutely blown away by the plethora of programs that are offered there, and to see that firsthand. I think it's one thing to sit here and hear the reports about the number of things that are offered, but the actual meaningful impact that our library staff have is significant, and in the face of sometimes challenging situations. And we know our libraries become hubs of social gatherings and internet access for those that may not have, and so on. They shared a story with me of some individuals who came in with our new Bird scooters and went for a tear around the library. Thankful to our leadership team who's been able to geofence the library so they can't get in there anymore. But they've got a lot going on over there and always respond with patience, grace, and kindness. And so tremendous amount of gratitude for our library staff.
Thank you for the update. Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, being last prior to you, almost everything's been spoken about. So, no, again, it's been a wonderful summer here in town. It's been great to see that, the pulse of the community is alive and well. That's one of the things we constantly hear from our residents is how much they love everything that happens in Stony Plain. And we have such a variety of programs and opportunities that occur here. There truly is something for everyone, but it wouldn't happen without committed and dedicated staff. So a huge kudos going out to all of our staff who during their own summer take the time to make sure that those events go off without a hitch for everyone else within the community as well. Absolutely fantastic. I do just want to give a quick note to administration. Was approached on the weekend by someone from the Rotary about a presentation they'd like to come do in regards to the community pantry. So we did direct them to contact administration, and hopefully they would be able to come in to our next GMP meeting, which is next Tuesday, being that Monday is the holiday. They were quite excited and wanted to get the information to us in the public setting as quickly as possible. So if you haven't heard from them, maybe a quick touch to reach out to them would be great. That's all for me this evening. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Well, thank you. And thank you for the updates. I definitely appreciate it. It was been a busy summer for the majority of council. Just want to highlight, if we're not able to attend the Public Works Administration building opening, as staff are slowly moving over the next couple of weeks. It'll be open to the public on September 6th or 7th. So that'll be the front-facing opportunity for our residents to contact Public Works staff. It's way nicer than the old one. I'm not too sure if you've been to the old one and trying to connect with the administrative staff and stuff. It was just outgrown it. It was never designed for the amount of people that we have, and just was not appropriate, clean, and safe facility for our customers, for our residents to come and talk to our staff. So very glad to see that. And that is actually only a phase one of a four-phase project to kind of revamp the public works yard there, to make sure that we have the amenities, the facilities, and the staff to make sure that those needs of our community are taken care of. Another thing was to highlight is just this weekend we were invited to the Paul Band First Nations annual powwow. I think Councillor Meyer and Councillor Loynes and myself were able to attend, and definitely they were very appreciative that we were there to show that support from Town Stony Plain. This is kind of the natural area for many of the Paul Band members. This is where they originally settled when they moved up from the States to here. So it is nice to be invited to that powwow and to make those connections. And hopefully we will continue to further that relationship, build it, so that we can support them and they can support us as we continue to grow as municipalities. And the third thing was this weekend was also Oktoberfest, for those that were able to participate. And that was a fundraising event that was hosted by West Park 9 Gas Co-op, and all the funds that were raised there, I believe, went to the community pantry. You guys are smart. And that is the presentation that Councillor Laurie was just talking about. I believe the Spruce Grove Rotary and I think Diane Brown will be coming to speak to members of council. So again, excellent work, members of council. And definitely, as you can see from the presentations and from the thought and from the conversations that we've had with Memory Bear residents and people that come into our community through Midsummer Thursdays, summer sessions, and cultural campfires, is that our community is doing well. We're very proactive, we're very progressively thinking in terms of what we want to see for our future, and looking forward to having that growth and the success of the community continue to grow from this year and beyond. So with that ends our council discussion. And in today's agenda, we have a closed session. So a closed session is there will be a motion to move into closed session. So those that will be in closed session will be town council, the town manager, and any administrative staff that is required to provide the update. There are no public members in a closed session. There's nothing recorded in closed session. The only motion that is made in a closed session is the motion to come out of closed session. And at that point in time, we'll be back live. So again, we'll turn on the video feed. For those that are in the audience and would like to be notified when we come out of closed session, you're more than welcome to sit outside the lobby, and we'll come get you when we're finished. But until that, you're not allowed in council chambers. So the process will go, I'll accept the motion to go into closed session. After that, we'll take a 10-minute recess as we clear out the room to get the proper people in, and then we'll go directly into our closed session. So with that, Councillor Hansard, motion to go into closed session, please.
Your worship, I move that town council move into closed session at 5 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now, Mr. Mayor?
That is correct.
From at 8:45 p.m. to discuss 11.1 land matter per POPA Section 29.
Okay, thank you. We'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Thank you. We have 10 minutes to clear the room and get a break, and then we'll come back. Okay, welcome back. Council has come out of closed session. The motion in council closed session was made by Councilor Laurie to come out of closed session. And we received some updates from our staff regarding some land matters, and that was just an update, so we're moving forward there with our agenda. And the number 12 we reach is adjournment. So thank you, council members, for reading the agenda package and coming forward with some questions and comments and the thought of making the community better. Thank you, administration, for providing that package and listening to some of the concerns that council had and bringing back those reports for council. So with that, we are adjourned. Have a good evening.